Good morning and welcome to today's live show. We're going to be getting into some technical analysis for the SPY Qs, Apple, Tesla, Amazon, Nvidia, AMD, and Meta going forward, looking at GME and AMC as well. But we're going to be looking at plenty of other stocks. And if you didn't know already, on Patreon, we distributed out those daily expected moves for every stock that we do cover on that channel, on this channel, that we did just list off. So the expected moves are great to have, especially on a Friday, just because we know exactly how high up things are priced in to go. It doesn't mean that it works every single time. Like, we're just going to see resistance here, but it just means to us, like, hey, this is a point to pay attention. See if there's weakness in this overall move. This is the SPY right here. We do have 560, 27 to the upside. A little bit smaller range than yesterday, weirdly enough. Something with a bigger range than yesterday is actually the Qs. So we're really going to be paying attention to these expected moves this morning, seeing if anything crazy is going to happen. As of this morning, I just wanted to notify you guys that I am working on that swing trading course, and hopefully I will have that out by tomorrow. So make sure you have your notifications on and you're subscribed so you can see tomorrow's video where that announcement will take place. And you can probably see that with the links down in the description as of tomorrow. So this morning we got PPI coming in at 0.2 versus the previous of 0 versus the consensus and forecast of 0.1 and 0.2. So a little bit of an uptick there. And then at 9 a.m. we will get the Michigan consumer sentiment. So let's see what's going to happen from here. Remember, if you watched last night's YouTube video, well, we're looking for maybe the first bounce, actually. The first bounce that really tells us, are we in some kind of negative trend, creating some kind of lower high, would really convince us of that negative trend beginning. The reason that I'm paying attention to overall bounces from here is just because the dollar is behaving like people are buying right now, not necessarily like they're selling. And we do have this potential for a little bit of divergence here on the 30 minutes, which could start to rotate up this 2-hour chart. You notice the 2-hour double bottom divergence kind of forming here right now. So we're paying attention to this. This is our zone to pay attention. This is where the dollar can gain some steam. Looking over at volatility, looks like my play to get out of my volatility going up play, right? My calls on volatility, looks like I was smart to get out of those. As this curled down with divergence, that just tells me there is a higher likelihood of seeing a 2-hour pulling back, and that's what we're getting as of right now. Looks like we could head all the way down to 12.12 again and see if we see a reaction. So at this point, boom, reaction at 12.12, reaction at 12.12, reaction at 12.12, reaction at 12.12. So this proves to be a pretty important area. Actually, in real time here, I'm kind of looking at this like, is this kind of compiling up in some way? I just kind of want to draw some stuff out here real quick and believe that we may be seeing, actually, maybe it's this point down here across. Yeah, that looks more like what it is. So we are compiling up on the volatility side of things. See if that 4 hour is able to rotate down, but for now, we're just paying attention across the board. Any big moves coming out this morning, we'll have to look into those real quick. Plug has a good morning. Apple, let's just go through some of these, which would be the first one being Apple. Apple on the 30-minute, remember, crosses up, positive territory, positive move. Now, Apple's not too far into negative territory, so this can go make a triple divergence. Make sure to pay attention to those daily expected moves that we gave out over on Patreon. Links in the description if you do need that. Tesla dipped down towards 230, getting to 233. Now we got to see if this can bounce up. I think that you do have a higher likelihood, as this is a little deeper on the 30-minute, for some kind of lower high. Now, that doesn't mean it can't happen. It doesn't mean we can't see some big move from Tesla. This has the most implied volatility for the month of July, so we're gonna see some big moves. Oh, and it's a Robe Friday. Did you notice? It's Robe Friday. Oh yeah. Spent some time with the girls this morning, and it was a lot of fun. And my friend from Japan just came in last night, so we got to hang out with her. It's a lot of fun. But Amazon, this is another one that we want to pay attention to, maybe even a lower high, because that is pretty far away from the center line. Doesn't mean it's not possible. It just means, hey, the likelihood is we're going to test something like 197 and see that thing drop off. If not, dropping off right now. So looking on 15-minute charts might help here too. Seeing some kind of divergences on 15 minutes, those can rotate up 30-minute and hourly charts. Nvidia, this one here breaking down, not totally gone, by the way. This is a little bit deeper, but definitely possible to go back to positive. So we'll see if this can confirm some kind of lower high maybe. We'll find out what's to happen. It looks like we get data again at 9 a.m., so we will pay attention to that. As of right now, for Nvidia, you have to say you're in a 2-hour pullback and you're still pulling back because this thing is still pointing down, right? So we're waiting for that thing to really base out, turn back up, right? Base out, turn back up. As of right now, though, when you do see something like this and you're this close to going negative, a lot of the time that's just a lower high on the grand scheme of things, and you can actually break down from those levels. Seeing that daily reject is not a great sign for NVIDIA. AMD, this one skyrocketing up, crossed on the daily and got that daily momentum. The only problem was on the 30-minute, you did have divergences outside of the weekly expected move, and you're kind of retesting that area right now, actually. So now's kind of a moment for AMD. Are you going to break higher and make some other point of divergence up in this area? Or are we going to see that kind of just fizzle out and start to drop down, continuing, actually going into a negative trend? That's what I'd pay attention to. Says alert on your phone when you go live. You should be able to turn on notifications for YouTube, like on your phone. And then if you just subscribe and hit that bell, there's like a bell down there, you can control your own notifications. I can't specifically like force a notification to go out to all my subscribers. It's just not possible. It's under your control. So what you have to do is hit that bell and then control your notifications. And then on your phone, you want to turn on notifications for YouTube, because then that will send you those notifications. It's just sometimes you're, subscribed to like 50 people and then you'll get like 20 notifications every 3 hours or something. Meta, looking at this one, dropping off. So very interesting for this one to be dropping off, because this one did look like it had some weakness. Like, it doesn't even have reversal signals, but now it's in the area where, we kind of drew up that baseline and we said if it's going to react from here, well, now a lower high looks very likely on the 30-minute. You see how deep that is. So it's going to be very difficult for this thing to be extremely positive. You have a higher likelihood to see that thing fade if we see some kind of bounce. So far, a green day, yeah. What does a Dorito sign mean? I don't know. Microsoft this year, we got to see is it going to give us that lower high again, kind of confirm that we're in a negative trend. This kind of does, by the way. You have high, you have a lower high, you have a low, you have a lower low, and then you just want to see, is there divergence? Well, there is on the RSI, guys. There is divergence here on the RSI, so we can get a reaction here. We'll find out. And that kind of would make a little bit of sense with how the dollar is reacting, because the dollar is still just chilling at low levels. So this is very interesting to see, and we haven't seen that scale up. Now that could scale up right now. We'll see what happens going forward. 30-minute for the volatility getting oversold. So very interesting stuff. AMC this morning, able to curl up on the 30-minute as of this morning. So that's something to pay attention to, because this here, if this can just go positive, that would be a good sign leading into the weekend. The daily is crossed up. We can start getting positive above the moving averages. That'd be great. GME really needs to cross up on this 30-minute, because today it has the potential today to curl up on a daily chart, but the 30-minute has to curl up in order for that to happen. And you notice we're just getting resistance right away. DJT this morning. Let's go look at DJT, see what's going on with it. Boom, divergence down at the lows, 30-minute. Nice little pop up here. Now you're looking for that to continue. Is the 2 hours still rolled up? Yes, it is, with that point of divergence as well. So you have 2 hour divergence and a 30-minute divergence here. Good shot that this is going to go higher, but you have to manage your risk. Okay, you're starting to curl up on the daily scale right now. So this is telling you, if you end the day kind of green, if you can get back above that 200, well, you can see a reaction to the 50, see if that, because it's still negative, right? So this would be a contrarian bull signal until it's really going positive. And you just want to make sure that's going positive with strength and not just rolling back down. So I'm saying you could see a reaction like this. That would make sense. But from this area, a swing trader, the last time that we went towards this point in the 200, look at that little point in the 200. Okay, well, we crossed up positive territory right here. Notice we're above the 9 and the 20. Great signal there, and positivity to be had. So you're looking for that again. You need to get above these moving averages and then get above, pretty much the last one's the 50. I think if at that area we could consolidate or see some resistance come in. From the left coast, Republican convention is after hours on Monday. I'm going to ride it all day Monday till about 2 p.m. and then close out my equity position, hoping to get 33 by the end of Monday. I actually think you have a great shot at hitting 33 by Monday for sure. I actually think this is a pretty good looking swing trade. I mean, the last time you were down in these areas, you saw a pretty good move. So you just want to see, you have the signals right here that are saying you're going to curl up, and now you're curling up. So you got all the signals that you were going to curl up the daily. Now you're curling up the daily. But it's not showing the most strength. You need to see some strength from this bad boy. Maybe that comes in on Monday with some good news. Who knows? I think you got a good shot to go, test the top Bollinger or test that 50. Gold's starting to drop off just a little bit here. That's interesting because you may have a slight like head and shoulders type look here. Looking at a 2-hour divergence. That's not good for gold. So gold here telling me, hey, it's going to back off. That's what this looks like to me. If this 2 hour is able to cross down, that's what the momentum's telling me. It's saying, hey, yeah, this might back off. Maybe a 2 hour pullback is necessary. Maybe we need to pull all the way down, curl back up in positive territory for now. It does have 2 hour divergence, so we want to pay attention to the daily rolling over as well. If that daily rolls over, you might see something a little bit uglier. So we'll pay attention to that going forward. Let's go back over to the SPY. Just look at what's happening with the day. See if those 30 minutes are rolling up in positive territory. As of right now, this is a very bullish sign. This is a very bullish sign. You have to see what happens in about 9 minutes when we get data, but this is a bullish sign. You are up above the center line of the RSI. You're above all the moving averages on the 30-minute. You're just waiting for the lagging indicator. So this bar, if that completes, would say the most likely option from here is upside. And then we have to pay attention to what happens later on. So we have to see what happens after that. Is there going to be resistance at this level? Are we going to see something crazy? Or are they gonna, is this gonna do what we were talking about? Now, what we were talking about last night in the YouTube video, if you haven't watched it yet, I highly encourage you to go watch it. We were talking about this 30-minute rotating up towards that monthly, seeing some sort of resistance and seeing that 30-minute divergence up here. The reason for that is sometimes when you go into tops, the Qs actually aren't able to make the full upward move to create that divergence. They actually cut it short. So what if both of them go up to their monthly expected moves and then just roll back down? That's something I'm really paying attention to for today. Yeah, we can look at Palantir. This one ripping back and forth, great divergence, great drop. Now you got to say, hey, you know, management of risk would already probably have you out of this, right? It would say, I'm out of this just in case. Now you're seeing that scale up. So if you take the course, that's what you learn in the course, how to manage your trade. It's down in the description, the course is. I'm pretty sure I still haven't managed to edit that because I was hanging out with my friend from Japan. So once again, if you're live, you're lucky. The sale is still up there. So I got to change that. But then my friend from Japan came in. So here you go. This right here is the same signal, right? RSI above 50. You're waiting for this to cross and you're getting a strong bar. You already got the closing bar above the 9 and the 20 right there. And then now you're seeing that upside. So now we're seeing upside. And if this bar can complete, if the data's pretty good in 7 minutes and that can complete, and the next one's pretty good, oh, you got the chance. Test the high, go make a new one. Watch out in case that divergence. You want to watch out up in these areas for any kind of weakness, because we do see that divergence all the way across. If this pops up and fades, that's not going to be a good thing. But if it's able to break through these divergences, really break through and get overbought, then we know, yeah, Palantir is not going to reverse back down. Exactly. Yeah. No assumptions on that. Okay, so no assumptions reading into it, kind of how I'm talking about it. I will personally short, he's saying I'm personally going to short Palantir if we make a higher high with lower momentum because the flow is coming straight down. Yeah, I think all of that is very good points. And you're seeing that green bar now too. So like this is a strong move. But for me, if you know how to make these ranges, I would have a weekly range, I would have a daily range for the day, and I would say, okay, if we get up towards that area, I bet you there's a range for the day or the week that's up towards this area or something like that. So pay attention to it, but for the most part, looks like we could see a curl up. We got to see what happens after that. A lot of stuff, a lot of the small caps squeezing, and we still have the 10-year kind of coming down. So TLT still popping, which the 10-year coming down is good for IWM. IWM seeing something crazy, really. So we'll pay attention to it, but for now, and look at this, GME actually going negative a little bit here, kind of sitting flat. AMC still trying to see that strength. So we'll find out with the data here in about 5 minutes. Make sure to like while we wait for that data as well. Make sure to like the video. You guys know I appreciated oil. This one here, seeing maybe what could be a lower high, right? So if this 4 hour is able to curl over, it means oil is now in a 4 hour negative trend. This is what I really want to look for. Now that is pretty V-shaped, so what else do we want to pay attention to? Well, the 2 hours, see if that thing's able to turn down, turn back up. Because if that turns back up, it means, hey, you're not going to go make a lower low for US oil. So 2 hour curls down, curls back up. Okay, that's what I pay attention to. But for now, I would say, hey, 4 hour crosses down. That's going to be a rough one. Shorting Tesla at these levels. Let's go look at Tesla and see. Well, first of all, you have data and you've seen a big drop. Okay, so most likely people might have even stacked up some puts, and you do have a dollar that's going down. So that kind of tells me that we could see some kind of rigged move up. So let's pay attention to the data first before we start to short things, right? So when you're looking at momentum and you want to say that a stock is going to go down by taking, say, a short position, you really want to look at this 30-minute and say, is this in a good place where this can see a drop pretty soon? Because you kind of want that time to be with you the whole time, because time's kind of against you with an option play. So as of right now, you'd more so be hoping there's some kind of fizzle out, some kind of bounce, and then that curls down. That would give you a solid position over in these areas. So you just want to be patient with it and wait for your opportunity, because right here would be chasing downside. So you want to see if there's some kind of reaction, and then you can more so play the dead cat bounce if there is one, because this does still have the opportunity to go positive, still cross up, maybe even make a double top. Right? It still has that those probabilities are there, because this isn't like by any means crazy in the negative territory. Oh yeah, let's go look at JP Morgan. Is that selling off? So the coin got one wrong. Ah, the coin got one wrong. Damn it, coin. Your first loss. Your first loss. Darn. We might have to get a new coin now. Plug still making moves to the upside, rejecting the cross down of the 30 minutes. So the divergence here not really playing out for some downside. So interesting to see another pop higher for Plug. Very, very good. Where's Scott? Lucid. I'll look at Lucid. I like Lucid. I think Lucid's fun. Ooh-wee. That is a move and a half. So the lower high, or the higher low here, curling up above these, able to take back the 200 with this strong move. So very strong move. As of right now, very, very overbought. Now, it's like, are there short seller problems in this or something? We're just seeing a huge rotation into the small caps, it looks like. And maybe that's why the dollar isn't necessarily screaming higher. But that will maybe bring some breadth back into the market, so we'll pay attention to it. But for now, you have to say, look at where that 2 hour is. It's still like, you know, diligent as a trader, even here, to be like, I'm not someone who's going to chase. The daily's very overbought. This thing can just fade the whole move. Based on maybe even a piece of data in 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes, some data could come out that could push people out of small caps and back into the market. So we'll see, or the bigger caps. So we'll just pay attention to it. But for now, this is cooked, and there's no reason to really, there's no trade to be taken at this point unless you're probably a day trader. What was the other one? It was like Joby. Yeah, we looked at Joby a little bit yesterday. And Joby is in a similar situation where it's like, yeah, that's great and all, but right here was probably the last trade to that set up for you, 521 over on Wednesday, July 10th. That was overall the last point where you could say, hey, this is a swing trade to the upside, take a chance on it, and boom, great move so far. But you just want to say, like, now I'm not chasing, because that 2 hours overbought. You look at the daily, that thing is overbought. So even though it pains you to be like, oh, unless you're a day trader looking at 15-minute, 5-minute charts, you at least need some kind of 30-minute pullback. I'd probably say the same for Lucid. You at least need some kind of 30-minute pullback. Tesla might get to expected move. And yeah, so Lucid has a high short interest. So that's what I'm saying. Is there a short problem in Lucid? Because that's what it kind of looks like to me. Just that sporadic move. But a lot of the small caps might have that. Yeah, we'll see. We got 1 minute. Okay, let's see what the data has in store for us this morning. Michigan consumer sentiment coming in at 66 versus the previous of 68.2. So it came down a little bit. 5-year inflation expectations did come down to 2.9. So those yields may react down a little bit. Let's see. They're actually bouncing a little from it. What else do we got? Consumer expectations down. Current conditions down. But the 5-year inflation rate expectation, 2.9 versus 3, coming in as expected, though, and the consumer sentiment at 66. So let's see what the reaction overall with the market is. Well, it's up for now. So it looks like we're about to see crossing up of some MACDs to the upside. Let me look at some daily expected moves as well. Yeah, it looks like Tesla could go outside of its expected move. A lot of things can go outside of their daily expected moves. I'm more so worried about the weeklies. What's Nvidia up to? 2% up. Trying to curl up above the center line. Okay, so we have curl ups here. This is a pullback as of right now on the 30-minute. We'll see if that's able to see some kind of pop up here. Still says we're in a 2-hour pullback, so really paying attention to the 30-minute if it's able to cross back down by the end of the day. $131. We're already pretty much to the daily expected move, so we'll find out. Keys in the SPY are kind of loving it. Meta not loving things. Pretty much everything's trying to see some kind of bounce soon, but we'll see if that actually comes to fruition. SMCI kind of giving you like, hey, I'm going higher, so most likely for SMCI, you actually do head higher with this signal until that turns back around. Told you on this bar, actually, this little red bar said 889, said there was going to be some kind of upside move. Palantir, what'd you do with that? Okay, you did cross up now, so we'll see what happens with this going forward. See if volatility picked up at all. Volatility going down towards that 1212, seeing if this can rotate back up. Dow Jones now giving you divergence on the 30-minute. I'm pretty sure it has 2-hour across the way here. It does. So Dow kind of saying like, hey, I'm trying to top out with a lower high on the daily scale. So we'll see if this daily is able to rotate around with that kind of look. Yeah, because that's starting to look a little bit like a lower high. And still has to confirm things too, like that is the swing trade signal, but you need that MACD to really cross to give you that confidence. And actually, I think if the SPY is able to cross here and we keep seeing that positivity, boom, I think that's the level. Good morning, Bernie Marina, Landon, Stocks with Dallas, Lisa, Laws. Good morning, Josh, Mr. Tran, Robert. Why watch you? I told her because you give out good info. After that, she spent over 2.5 hours last night watching some of your videos. What'd she think, Robert? What did she think, Robert? I need to know. Tell her what I need to change. Or not tell her. Tell her to give feedback so I know what to change, you know? Make it good. Good morning, Smurftastic. Why was that so difficult to say? I don't know. Julius. And Nyson coming in, Junior. VNO? What's VNO? Oh, Vornado. Okay. You know what's funny? Like, someone who's, Vornado's the fan company or something, right? I own 2 of them, I think. I think that's what this is. And a friend of mine actually was like head of sales there for a little bit. She made a killing. She made a killing, bro. Like, terribly killing. Like, insane amount of... It was crazy. For now, you would say this 2 hours pretty cooked to the upside. So if I'm being patient as a position trader, right? Day trading's totally different. But if you're a position trader, you would say, you know, more so I need some kind of pullback. The daily's getting overbought. So you'd at least need some kind of 30-minute pullback. It's not saying like you have to see something crazy dramatic. It's just overall saying like, hey, this thing's cooked to the upside, so a 30-minute pullback in any form that curls up, right? This gets down to the center line, curls up. So it's just a great time to put out that swing trading course because I think you'll understand these type of talks a little bit more. Ah, damn it, it's the real estate one. Oh yeah, it says Realty Trust. What the hell company am I talking about? Okay, I wasn't crazy. Vornado does have fans, and that's what I own. Okay, cool. Yeah, I see it says Realty Trust, so I'm just being an idiot. Yeah, Clove's kind of telling you a little pullback is necessary as well. You probably have 2-hour divergence here too. Yeah, you're kind of forming. Not really, actually. You just have it on the MACD, not necessarily the RSI. So this thing looking actually pretty strong. You notice these 30-minute curl-ups really see some good pops. Really good right here, just an RSI divergence. But hey, that ended up playing out. So right here was the best trade set up so far. Boom, to the upside. Big thank you. You're welcome, Julius. Thank you for asking. I'm worried that like Robert's wife really hated my videos because he hasn't told me if she like learned anything. I'm scared. Okay, that makes sense, Scott. Yeah, that's because of the inflation expectation coming down a little bit. So if that inflation expectation comes down just a little bit, consumer sentiment comes down a little bit, it is a sign that like, hey, rates might drop off a little. But we're not necessarily seeing them drop off though. That's the interesting part. Very interesting. Might have to turn on some tunes this morning. What tunage should we go with today? Ooh, Molly. Some Lil Dicky. I used to listen to Lil Dicky all the time. I think he's funny. PCC is still going up though, so just interesting behavior from the dollar too. All right, that did curl up, but it's just not looking pretty for AMC just yet. See if GME is able to do it. Bro, my friend from Japan's here. Oh god, it's like baffling. It's like weird. It's like she never left. Her husband, my other best friend, her husband, he couldn't come. He's a pilot for the Air Force over in Okinawa. I'm sad. He's my boy. We go golfing. Let me see here. Is Meta at that daily expected move? It's gotta be. 500? Yeah, 500. Nasio and Astro really doesn't care about you anymore. But I don't.
What I should have done, wanted you back, but when the fact is I always put you second to rap. I'm not mad that you wouldn't come, and even though I had to move, I ain't move on. Really wish you was a boo, I could prove wrong.
Come on, come on, that's just good shit. We'll go look at plug. Yeah, how I'd more so look at plug is like 30-minute pullbacks. Like 30-minute pullbacks prove to be good right here. The 30-minute pullback look great. Still looking for that again. Or even like 15-minute. Look, you got 15-minute little divergence here, so we'll see if that's pulling back. But for now, I'd say 30-minute pullback still looks good. Another mean tomorrow, and that's the hardest pill to swallow, babe. Every day I live a ball of it. And that's the hardest pill to swallow, baby. And that's true. And that's true. Apple's at the daily expected move. It's above the daily expected move. Apple's weekly expected move just above you as well. So there's a little zone right in here that can prove us some resistance for Apple. I think we have a chance to go green by the end of the day. I'm trying to read into the dollar a little bit. Volatility dropping off, market kind of bouncing, but you're seeing a lot of stocks like trying to bounce. While the SPY's like, hey, I might go for a new all-time high again. The Qs are like, hey, we might go up to a daily expected move. I think you get a bounce, but I think you get a lower high from the Qs. Not to find another me tomorrow. And that's the hardest pill to swallow, babe. YS, we don't like to see that. What happened? Which stock was it? But yeah, PCC's at 0.75 has been low a lot. That's concerning to me for some reason. I'm like, why is the dollar low? The put call ratio low. You know, with the wild like, if I could choose, I could test night. Oh, you have a 30-minute crossing up, so that's maybe some positivity that's coming. Now you're testing the breakout area, so you're testing that right now. You can take that back, it's a good sign. You're in a 2-hour pullback mode still right now, so you have the divergence across the way on the 2-hour and the MACD at the same time. So a lot of this was, I know that's not helpful to you now, but a lot of this was saying like, hey, this bar right here said get out. Now it's saying, hey, I might bounce from the 30-minute. So still some maybe positivity to be had. If you need a stronger base, well, then 15-minute rolls back down. Hope to say some of those is good. All died yesterday, and today is the option day again. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, and I feel you, YS. Yeah, I would really just keep paying attention to these signals because now you're starting to see the bounce type to happen. So how are you reading into Google with the current signals? Let's look into Google actually, because I believe Google was one that didn't look the prettiest. The divergence up here really close to negative territory. So as of right now, the way to read into the signal, by the way, was kind of what we were saying at the high, right? We were saying, hey, 30-minute divergence. All right, that crossed down right here. This bar told you like, hey, no more reason for upside, breaks down. Now it's saying, hey, I might get my first bounce, right? Because we're going to go into this, we're going to see 5-minute divergence really close to the center line. Okay, I can just tell from looking at that on the 30-minute. If you look at the 30-minute, what do you see? These little divergences on the RSI like this. So that's telling me, hey, look at a 5-minute, that could bounce that thing back up. But so it's pretty much if this 5-minute can turn up and actually go positive strong, you could see the 30-minute rotate up, get some kind of bounce, and then I think you're going to test the breakout area. So that would be one of these lows that are going to get tested. Most likely it's this area right here for 190. If this can bounce up, that's a big if right now. You're very negative, so lower high looks like the best option for Google. Yeah, it's because you're seeing a lot of rigged moves. Like, you've been seeing that for months, like rigged moves, like, oh, you have a divergence and weakness in momentum, and the stock just randomly will drop, and then randomly after a drop, it just goes like that, and you're like, interesting. So that's why I'm paying attention closely to the dollar, by the way. It's just because this thing is still dropped off while the market is heading lower at the time. Now we're seeing the SPY and the Qs actually head up, so overall, if you see stuff curl up, it means, hey, positive things in positive territory. So whatever curls up, positive things, positive territory until that thing turns back down. NVIDIA not able to turn up. AMD able to turn up, but I believe now it's at the weekly expected move. Oh, wait, let me look here. 188. Where did this open? Okay, you could go all the way up to 188 for AMD by the end of the day. But you have resistance at 182, so right here there should be resistance based on the weekly expected moves, but the daily can take you up higher. Hell, I got some help. Let me get my charts up on my other screen. I'm gonna use my charts that don't have daily expected moves, so I try to take the bias out of it with the dailies. I'll be aware of it on this screen, but over here, I'm more so just like really paying attention to what's happening around those weeklies, because those are more important. GME just needs to curl up on this 30-minute. AMC, get up there. You're already up there. Come on, go positive. You can do it. Oh, that's my favorite song. This is gospel for the fallen ones away in permanent slumber. Okay. 15-minute divergence is here. You see that on the RSI, you see that on the MACD. One divergence here, and then for the double bottom, you got a rejection divergence. So AMC actually, this is what we posted for fun to Patreon, and I was just like, hey, is this 15-minute? I just want to know your opinion. Is the 15-minute here going to prove to be some kind of bounce? We'll see. See if that 30 minutes able to curl up positive territory. Really, 15-minute divergences like to turn around to hourlies. So this is the real one to pay attention to. This down, we should go up, right? I mean, if it depends on how we're reacting with the PPI. So is the PPI going up technically saying there's more inflation still? So that would tell me like, hey, prices could inflate because, you know, the yields are higher, but so is the stock market. So yields going up isn't necessarily the thing, right? So we have to read into just how the market's reacting, pay attention to the signals, and see if things are curling up. Right now, things are trying to curl up. But the consumer sentiment is bad. The Michigan 5-year inflation expectation is lower. So all of these things, as of how we've reacted in the past, would most likely cause the stock market to go up because even the PPI came in at forecast. So now you did have core PPI kind of tick up. 0.4 over 0.2. So that could be something that causes a little bit more fear that those rates might go higher. But you just noticed the rates dropped off yesterday, and so did the market. So it will be a time where rates will drop dramatically and the market will drop dramatically. So reading into the data, you would say, hey, it doesn't look that bad for the side that we've, at least how we've been trained to look at the data over the last couple of years. So if these things start to curl up, positive territory, then good things can happen, right? You would say if the SPY curls up, positive territory, you can see it. It looks like good things can happen. But we'll see if this area right here proves as resistance or if the SPY is going to do what I think, which is make that divergence while the Qs make a lower high. I hope that's helpful, Charles. It's kind of just like the market can react to data in different ways. Even if you get the same data that we got today as we got, like, say, the same exact data last year, like the same type of behavior. It's just like, what is actually happening on the chart because of that data? Well, right now, you have the SPY curling up, seeing a green bar, positive territory. So that's what you really want to read into. And you want to say, that makes sense. The dollar's really dropped off. So the selling that came in, insiders might have actually been buying, or they're rotating into something, which is most likely small caps at this point. You got to say that. IWM kind of going nuts. Then you got AMC and GME both trying to turn up positive territory. So, you know, lower high that leads into a stock market, like a fake stock market crash on Monday. Fake squeeze with fake stock market crash on early next week, and then it all goes down by the options expiration. My thoughts on AMD are, for the daily scale, it overall looks like it could keep curling up. You saw that curl up on the last bar. Okay, now we're above our little 183.20. So you are above a weekly expected move, but the daily expected move for this is like 188. So you can see a good move from just this cross up I just want to pay attention if that fades at any time. Like if even a 15-minute rolls over here, I'm going to be like, oh, that's not a good look because I'm close to the center line. So that's what I would say. If the 15-minute does not roll over, good. That 30-minute might take you all the way up towards a 188. It looks like they might be a little AR-15. You'd have to say that because it's seen a big push. But there's a lot of short seller problems in a lot of IWM stocks, so we'll see. Rescue me, ba-da, ba-da, ba, ba-da, ba-da, ba. That was weird. That was weird. The hell just happened? Did you guys lose me for a second? Everyone still there? My internet like turned off for a sec. Tell me you guys are still here. I gotta go check on this. Okay, we're there. Good. Sorry, it all like froze for a sec. I don't know what happened. Here. Yeah, make sure to say you're here, class. That was strange. I don't even remember what I was talking about for a second. Oh yeah, silver. Oh, these gaps are just nuts. That's a divergence for silver. Divergence for silver, divergence for gold. Pay attention because this could be a lower high for silver and gold. The daily scale can roll over from this area. This could be the lower high right now. If this 2 hour can like prove to be something, take you negative, you still have the opportunity, like this is gapping around, ripping you around. You still have the opportunity maybe to say this could be something. But at this point, you would say, hey, if this thing drops at any rate, oh, we can see something bad. It's going to start to go negative. Now, you would treat that as a pullback initially. Nvidia's dropping. Oh, 15 minutes, guys. Nvidia's dropping, so is AMD starting to curl over? No. Apple, ooh. Just hope there's not some selling for Apple, because that won't be a good look. And we have GME catching a little bit of a bounce here, so 30-minute is able to cross up soon if that's able to get a little more steam behind it. Let's look at the daily scale. You look how close that is. So if you're thinking like, hey, when's something big gonna happen? It's when daily momentum's with you. So if that crosses up on Monday, you might see a big move. Really good day to pay attention to stocks, guys. See what happens on this 30-minute by the end of the day. Dicka pop dum dum dicka. Was the knight in shining armor in your movie? Put your lips on mine and love the aftertaste now. There's the last swing trade, and boom, that is a move and a half. Good 2 hour divergences, crossed up with the rejection. Perfect buy right there, 1796. Sure, you go through some turmoil for a sec, but boom, that takes over. Daily momentum taking over here. You see that. Overbought, still negative, right? Still negative, like almost. So what I would just say here is this is a strong move. You at least need a 30-minute pullback, right? We need to pull back to the center line just like over here. You need to pull back to the center line. Now it's a massive move. See if that consolidates, pulls back to the center line, and that can go whoop, whoop. Then you got to go, oh, maybe another big move is coming. Let's look at this one now. 3 stacks on that CD. See how this little 30-minute curl over is just enough. It's enough to at least see something. Boom, we see something. Now it's with you. See if that daily can rotate up. 4 hour just crossed, so this is looking like it's ramping up. 30 minutes still could pull back here with these little divergences here, so we'll pay attention. 99 and tried to hide, but now you know it. SPY still going higher. Q is struggling a little. Thoughts on the bit of corn? Do you have thoughts on the bits of corn? We've got lots of it in Kansas, but we're also not British. 2 hours curling up, positive territory. It could be there, so that's what I would see. The 4 hour rotating down really freaks me out. But notice if that's not able to fully break down, if that just crosses right back up, you would say positivity for Bitcoin over the weekend. Has the daily rotated up? Yeah, and daily is crossing too. So if that daily can hold, you can get back above the 200 and the 20. You can see a move. We can maybe get a reaction up to 64,000. Or, yeah, actually that would make sense. Maybe something like 60.7K first, and then see how the reaction to the 50 would be if it gets above that. But that's looking like a daily bounce is coming for Bitcoin. Aye. Yeah, I know. I know, Spike. I know. That's the voice I used to use to make fun of my my English teammates. I had a Scouser on my team. Hold on. How long has that been off? Oh wait, I just turned it off. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Screw you guys. Daily turns up here. That'd be a good sign. I'm not necessarily seeing divergence plays. Maybe 2 hour. Little divergence on the RSI. Not necessarily MACD, but if you need a stronger base, 2 hour can roll down. Create that divergence now. That can happen because you're still in the negative. But as you're turning positive, daily looks like it wants to rotate up. If that daily can rotate up, ooh, good news. Might be there. This is technically the swing trade signal. Green bar. Nice little green bar above the 9. That's the early signal. We need the RSI, though. You'd only have one thing. You have this, you don't have this, and you don't have this. Oh, fuck no. Scouser is insane. Have you heard their girlfriends, Spike? Well, you're probably from there. But have you ever heard, like, a Scouser's girlfriend talk? You're about no bat, you're about no bat. They talk so fast. So fast. And his I think it was his girlfriend. She, instead of saying yes, she would say like "yer," and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what does she even say? How do you understand your girlfriend? Even when I tell myself that I... Good morning, OG Polar Bear, what up? Yeah, if you ever hear those Scousers' girlfriends, it is confusing. Yeah, Robert, if you tell me, I'll look at it if you tell me what your wife thought about my videos. Is Apple selling off? Apple's hitting a daily expected move, so we'll see, but daily hasn't even rotated over. So 30-minute pop could still be there. Right now, Apple's actually saying still positivity. Positive territory curl up. You want to see if that rotates back down. What I don't even, man. His name it was Kieran, I think. Kieran was the one that I was just like, bro, I do not, like it took me a little bit to understand like what he was saying. Other ones are more posh. They'd be like, "Hello, Lucas. How you doing?" Or they'd say, "You all right? You all right, mate?" That's what they would say. I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm fine. Why am I all right?" Like, you know, in America, "Are you all right?" is like, "Are you all right?" I'd be like, let's look for Robert real quick. IVP. You got in at 6? She liked them. She's actually thinking of your course. Well, hey, yeah. And you, I believe you already have it, Robert, right? It's always good. It's good for everyone to know about it. And it makes you think about things differently in real life. Like, weirdly enough, it's like, you know, you start to think differently about when to buy a car once you like realize you get in this method of like, hey, I'm only going to buy when the signals tell me that things are good to buy things kind of like deal with the market. And then that kind of leaks into your life. So we buy different things at different times because we're like, oh, the trend of that market is way up high. So are we going to buy a car right now? No, it's way up high. Prices are too high. As far as this one goes, this looks good, but you do have a 30-minute divergence as of right now. We'll see if that adds up to anything. 15-minute can make that a little clearer, but that's a big upward move. It's a great move. Like, nothing about this is necessarily like bearish by any means. 2 hour just looks like it needs to pull back at some point, and now you're seeing that point of divergence. Pretty much, this is like, is something crazy happening? Because that looks pretty freaking crazy. So, daily turning up, weekly turning up, I assume. So look at that thing. It's just, it's screaming higher. There's no real analysis on this besides like, hey, if you're looking for something, 30-minute pullbacks are usually the sign. Boom, right there. Even the top of this bar is still, the confirmation bar is the next one. So it's like, now you could keep running. You just crossed up. You just want to be aware. If like this 15 minutes starts to cross down, that's when you want to be aware. You want to be aware. Because you're like, okay, if that 15-minute crosses down, I have some forms of divergence, not the best, but that could mean overall 15-minute pullback. That's a very crazy move, and that's a good winner for you. Up $3.50 from $6. Morning, Orchid. Yeah, we can look at Rivian again. We looked at this a little bit yesterday. Good upward move again. Crossed up, positive territory, 15-minute. Now let's look 30-minute. 30 minutes, still crossing up, still crossing up, still crossing up. This is a great move now. So this is where it confirmed downside, and it's like, oh, if I took it a downward play because of this signal here on the divergence, hey, it makes sense, but right away it's telling you, hey, manage your risk, right? So right away it's telling you to manage your risk. Let's look at a 2-hour chart real quick. You're seeing that thing still curling up positive territory. You're forming a divergence right now, so watch out if this thing starts to roll over. But on the 30-minute, you don't necessarily have those divergences. You have it way across the way, but it's more so like, you'd more so be looking for like and see that thing drop down. But I'd say this one was a winner overall. 2-hour crossed up, was able to go positive, big move. Based out, curled down, looked like some divergence was there, and then it curls right back up, so you know positivity is coming. It's just very, like, this is something like I'm not going to chase. That's the way to put it. DHI. Yeah, they might be doing liquidity grabs. They could be doing a liquidity grab today to go lower. That could be happening. You do have a 15-minute divergence here. I just want to see if it's on a 30. It's on the R side, kind of flat, but yeah, 15-minute divergence is there. See if that actually rolls over, right? Because if you got in at the right time, then technically it would even be like here, and that's going to roll over like here. So if that just breaks down for a couple more bars, then you know, okay, my risk is that this is going to drop down for some kind of bigger pullback, some kind of 30-minute pullback. I think you just want to see that 30-minute base out, curl back up, positive territory. This is a very positive move, so that's what I'd be looking at for this one here. Is Tesla curling up? Tesla already did curl up, I believe. Yeah, it's curling up, and it's giving you the first signals, which is closing above the 9, trying to get above the center line. So really, actually, Tesla only has one signal, which is getting above the 9, not even above the 20, but That's the earliest signal, then the RSI, then the MACD. So this is saying positivity. Now, on Patreon, down in the description, we actually gave out the daily expected moves for this, and Tesla's already heading up towards one. It's not there yet. It's got a couple more points left, but it's almost to it. So daily expected move. You want to pay attention to probably a 15-minute at that daily expected move and see if that's rolling back down and going negative. But it could just ignore that. You can see crazy shit. Okay, Chet wants to look at Grindr. All right, we'll look at Grindr for you real quick. Wait, is that really Grindr? I'm sorry, I did not know that was Grindr, and I just kind of was trying to make a joke, and that might have backfired. 2 hour curling up positive territory. That's how you know when this thing is going to play out for some upside, that consolidation. As of right now, you have a bunch of divergences, so what you really got to look at too is like, if this 30-minute crosses back down, there is no way that 2 hour is curling up. You know what I mean? But as of right now, you got cup and a handle. Look at that, cup and a handle. So cup, handle. All right, let's go off to the races if this can continue to go up. If this crosses, bad news bears, might be a fake out. If the 2 hour can cross up though, I think you got a powerful move from this one coming. So really pay attention if this one crosses up, positivity. If this one crosses down on the 30-minute, negativity. If you reject at the high, now that's a great cup and handle look though, so I'd really pay attention to the 2 hour curling up. Ramirez pure TG buyout or merger going back a couple months since the price is way fuck out. Let's go back over to the SPY for a second here. There you go. So SPY violating that daily expected move. So as of right now, the scenario that I was talking about where maybe we go make that 30-minute divergence and then we see that start to fade looks a little bit likely here. The Q's not gaining as much steam as fast. So that would make sense. You go and get a lower high from the Q's, you get a divergence on the SPY, and then it might be actually the pullback moment. So it means we were right over here. That's the first sign. And then we'll see if this is able to happen. If it doesn't happen, and this thing just keeps recovering, then you want to see if these 2 hours start to rotate up. If these 2 hours rotate up, then you know like, hey, there's no lower high, anything like that. But that could take into next week to see. Okay, this one might have daily signals. It's above the 200, so that's your swing trade signal, really confirming right here. Technically, way back here, you had that confirmation on this bar, 329, but you kind of went sideways for a while. Now you're seeing this happen. See if that can go positive, take back the 50. As of right now, 2 hour curling down would still be a bad thing. You're not overbought though, you're not, but that kind of means even more. If you're not even overbought and that 2 hour turns down, you've built up a lot of liquidity here, so you have to be aware if this 2 hour crosses down because that could distribute that way. As of right now, you're breaking through the key levels and you're heading up. So this is overall bullish. Maybe a 4 hour cleans it up. Yeah, you see we just crossed up on the 4 hour going positive. And then the daily scale, you're crossed up. You're just trying to go positive and you rejected downside there. So this looks like a swing trade to the upside. That's awesome, Stocks with Dallas. And you're day trading it? BlackBerry? Let's look at BlackBerry. I haven't looked at that one. Like, I don't think I've looked at this one in a long time. I feel like there's weekly divergences. There is. You have weekly divergence across all of this. In the near price action, kind of like flat on the RSI, but you do have it up here. You can go fully positive, really get above that 9. I'd be pretty happy with that. You're in the makings of a monthly divergence across the way. So weirdly enough, BlackBerry could be a good investment soon if that's able to cross up and then go positive, right? So like here, you notice that we crossed up on this bar. What happened after we crossed up? Big positive move up to 28. So there's your cross up. If that monthly can cross up, you've got a chance for some good positivity. That's more of like investing. Let's watch the SPY for a second. I really think that this moment, I'm gonna look at volatility too. Okay, that's getting really, really, really oversold, guys. Going down towards 1212. This is where I read. This is a big move, really fast. SPY, are you gonna go touch 562.90 and then just sell off? Or are you giving us the lower high? This is interesting. Anybody else feel like, whoa, that was random? But this is what we talked. I felt like this is the most likely scenario, so I eat a little bit. Oh, shit. Oh, you wanna believe the most amazing things will come from some terrible lies. I used to be able to hit these nodes. Thank you. Now, yeah, I try to. My wife always tells me I still sound like when I'm explaining things to her that I'm being a dick. I'm never trying to be a dick to you guys. Unless you're a dick to me in the chat, then I'll give you what you're giving me. But at the same time, I'm just trying to explain things as good as I can. I hope that that's coming across. So thank you, Nyson. We still didn't get eggs. I'm pissed. Like, why do I put money in her bank account if she's not gonna go get eggs? No, I'm just kidding. Fuck. Hopefully she's not watching. I'm kidding. No, we're good. Because, yeah, sometimes my wife randomly tunes into the chat. There's good dick and bad dick. John Cox, and of course someone named John Cox says that. That's great. That's just comedy writing itself right there. My internet's been a little wonky. I might need to reset that thing. It's been wonky for like 3 days. 188. There you go. That's the most likely scenario is you're going to go to the daily expected move. So it's kind of like if you cross over in a 15, bad things. But if this 30-minute can remain, hey, 188 is technically the most probable thing. So AMD about to make a triple divergence across the way. Maybe you know, I just want to leave tonight. Tesla could see something crazy if it gets above 252. Amazon now trying to curl up. So a lot of stuff curling up, which will send the Qs higher and the SPY higher. So we put a mind to it. We'll find out if we're going to get a bunch of lower highs once the SPY gets up to this area, if it sees weakness. I'm not necessarily seeing that weakness coming in the signals, though. Like, I'm really not. I mean, HYG does have divergence across this. So does TLT, but nothing that'll really break it down. And then you got the Dow just saying like, hey, this might be where I top out, but a big maybe on that. You stop maybe. In the city where the sun. Okay, we got to look at a daily too. All right, daily hasn't crossed over. Ooh, I'd be maybe, I don't know why, but God, I feel like I just have to be careful. Like every weekend, I'm like selling everything on Friday and being like, okay, I'm not fucking around. Can't do anything. Yeah, it's kind of hesitating, isn't it? Maybe it needs this 5-minute pullback for a second. Still, the most likely scenario is higher still. You're above all the moving averages, cross on the MACD, cross up on the RSI, so till that changes, we got to talk positive about it. And then just react once it changes. Tesla not above on the RSI, not crossed on the MACD, but still a good move. Do you see how it's kind of adding up to, like, when the SPY goes up to its monthly, the Qs will perfectly be in this little area right here? What it looks like. Apple might go towards its weekly. Remember, weekly expected moves are very important, so... Amazon actually down towards its bottom side expected move, by the way. Nvidia's still in the middle. AMD getting towards... Oh man, AMD is just moving, isn't it? So Meta's below its weekly expected move. We can say that money. We can say that money. Google down at its weekly expected move, so some upside moves can happen. It's just weird because we're not seeing volatility signals that are matching this. Very strange. Ha! He did. He's selling everything. I hear you, no assumptions. I hear you. Yeah, Gabo, and you know that 188 area. We can look into PLTR. We can make a weekly move for PLTR if you want, Landon. You think there's going to be an option rug pull? I think they might let things expire. Like do like 30 minutes before close type deal. He has so much money, but still, that means he's not willing to risk like hundreds of billions of dollars, right? He sold like $100 billion worth of Amazon. Whenever I hear this song, I think of my, I made a soccer video that I sent out to pro teams. That's how I got my tryouts. Yeah, it was on okay, following rubber bands on it. Well, Short Friday's like... Well, let's look at Max Payne's change. There is on sound. We'll look at that in a second, but let me look at Max Payne real quick. Give me 1 second. Oh, but the cover. No thread count hard with the covers. Ooh. I found like a motherfucking fish though. Yeah, I swear I need a better system now. This is so annoying. Oh well. Let's look at sound real quick, and then we'll look at J&J. Alrighty. Ooh. 30-minute cross up, so positive. That's all we could say. right? So 30 minutes crossing up, you have to notice that there is divergence here. But doesn't this look a lot like, what was the other one someone just showed me? What was it? It was Robert. What did Robert buy? IVP. This looks a lot like IVP. So this is crossing up positive territory. So that says positivity, but you have to be aware that there is divergence forming here. So 15-minute, if that crosses down, not a good sign. Look how close that is to going negative. So that's what I would say about this one. As of right now, positive in positive territory. This signal has not confirmed yet for any kind of pullback or whatever. Like, it hasn't. So when you get up towards these levels, though, a 2-hour pullback makes sense. But if something crazy is happening here and we're seeing a lot of stuff run, we might be seeing this actually turn up and say, hey, this might be a big moment. So I'd really just pay attention if that 15-minute crosses down, see if that can curl back up, and know that crazy things can happen over the weekend. If the short seller problem in any stock starts to happen on Monday, it might just randomly be up at higher levels on Monday. And the SPY hitting up that weekly expected move. Let's go look at J&J real quick. J&J is still saying 30-minute pullback, but that's about it at this point. So 30-minute pullback makes the most sense. See if that thing can curl back up. 2-hour, though, might need to pull back as well. And if that needs to pull back, you might end up pulling back. If the 2-hour cools down, you might end up going all the way back down to 147.24. Doing something like this. It would make sense. But for now, you'd have to say 30-minute. All right, curling down. If that thing crosses up at any time, you can see another positive move. One of the first when the craze started. Yeah, and that makes sense. So do you think that maybe they wanted NVIDIA to run, so they didn't want that one to be a distraction? So maybe there's a short seller problem on it? Because my dad was huge on Sound, or I think it's SoundHound or whatever, but my dad was big on that. I think he owns a bunch of it. Shout out to your course, Luke. On Tuesday, on the 2-hour, I bought McDonald's calls, 245, 30-minute RSI divergence, but not on the MACD. 2-hour MACD and RSI had divergence on both. That's called printed and hit my monthly goal on one trade. I love the fact that, like, Lurkin Luke really has come out and said how much the course has helped him. And now that he's utilized the course, I like, actually, you comment in here a lot less frequent, and you always just come back like, hey, I had a good trade. Hey, I need a second opinion. I love it. I think it's awesome. It's so cool to see when people really take the course and utilize it and pay attention to the signals, be patient, like all of those things put together. It is a recipe for success, and I'm proud of you, buddy. And you have a great name. But it never goes up. Yeah, YS. And that could be because, well, think about it. What stock are they pushing right now at an all-time high, artificially holding up? Well, it's NVIDIA. NVIDIA is an AI stock. So would they really want something competing against them? Not necessarily. So there might be a short seller problem behind SoundHound. Anyone know what the short interest is? I gotta change the music. Ooh. God, I love Bo Burnham. You guys, I'm sorry. I like Bo Burnham's music so much. I'm weird. It's your water, your feet, it's on me, all eyes on me. Tesla, is Tesla pulling back? Well, as of right now, Tesla is curling up, trying to curl up on this MACD and RSI. Now it went up. It tagged where? Somewhere around 150 or 252. So you do have a couple points here. We have to see if that crosses up, gets that positivity. Right now, Tesla's not getting that positivity. And the Qs are starting to look like, hey, we might set up that lower high. Even the SPY's looking that way, but I think the SPY can go higher. I think the SPY could go make that divergence. Knows everybody, no. Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seat. All eyes on me. All eyes on me. Or double top. Yeah, Landon. 25% is all you need. You don't know what's naked behind it. People used to say I sound like Bo Burnham, or like, because I have kind of a nasally gay voice, and so does he. But, or what's the comedian that like had a serious coke problem? That like, is it Dylan Mulvaney? Dylan Mulvaney. Everyone says I'm like Dylan Mulvaney because I used to do comedy as well. God, I should have done stand up. I got offered to do stand up in New York. I should have just done it. You want to see how to find out the short seller problem? So you don't necessarily have a way to like specifically see it besides saying like, oh, GME short sale, and then you have to go look at like the amount of shares that are available in the flow, and then you have to say, okay, well, did 46.2 million shares, were they able to be shorted? And then you have to get into dark pools. So it's not necessarily something that's the best for like that course won't be the best for figuring stuff like that out. Like it just doesn't really correlate too much. But if you're going to look for anything, I would find someone you trust. Like I look at stuff like Unusual Whales. Who's the dark pool people I look at? Let me go look who I look at for dark pool stuff. I'll just tell you, like, you don't have to take a course for me to tell you, like, someone who gives good info. Get your fucking hands up. I'm trying to find it. See, that's not the best either. I gotta find them later on, but I'll post them. I'll try to make sure to have those people for you, but I'm not gonna make you like take a whole course just to be like, hey, you need to like go look at this person or look at that person. I'll just tell you, I'll figure it out over the weekend and make sure to have a name for you next week. Yeah, okay, Tom. Tom's very good at giving macro, that's for sure. I do like Tom. We trade totally differently, but I've watched Tom for a long time. He was one of the first YouTubers I started watching, and I trade completely different than him, but I do enjoy his videos. I think they're very well made, very intelligent. No. Tom at FX Evolution. His channel is nice, and his channel is FX Evolution. Instead of like, he always gives a beginning where he talks you through, you know, certain things. I try to keep my channel very simple. This is what's going on with this stock. He's much more like, he digs in a little bit, gives a, like, he's pretty unbiased. He's pretty good. And he'll give it to you straight. Me, I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible because I think like people don't realize like some of the stuff other YouTuber sites like, yeah, it's great to know, but do you need it in order to trade? The most important thing with trading is just paying attention to your signals, managing your risk. Not the most strength going forward, huh? AMD. When I'm not. A lot of stuff just going sideways. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Love you guys. To the Death Star and back. Little smoothie to go with it. Little protein smoothie. That's a lot of peanut butter. I don't like peanut butter. Don't know what's around the bend. Don't know what my future is. But I can keep on living. Living in my agony. Oh, I don't remember the words. In flames, acting like I don't care what anyone else thinks, when I know truthfully that that's the furthest thing from how I... Alright. Sorry, this is the song I wrote. I wrote a letter to my daughter so she can read it in the future. I wrote it to this song, so... Hits me... Oh, not hits the mic. Hits me in the feels. I was happy... SMCI, okay, curling up. Is that going to curl back down? We'll find out very shortly. 15 minute, at least going to be a pullback if that thing starts to curl down. Wow. Look at this, gold starting to gain some steam again. We'll see if that's able to curl up. Didn't look good on the 2-hour signal, but hey, that thing's popping a little bit. Google actually able to hold sideways. Microsoft sideways. Meta is down with a little divergence on the RSI. Hey, Dizzle. See if that 15-minute rotates back down. Not a good look there. Typically run hard until 10 a.m. Central Time, then pull back until noon. Yeah, let's take a look at Apple for you real quick. I think your assessment here is correct in saying that. Now, you do have to be aware. Just managing the trade short Fridays, right? Managing the trade type deal. So that's why we're going to look at a 15-minute. If you would just say that we were making some kind of pattern, that would be, oh, maybe we're making that cup and handle. So you would say, at least if this curls down, I can feel good, right? I can say, oh, I feel good about this. This might be a lower high. But if this rolls down and then rolls back up, that would be a manage your risk type style or type of move there. 30-minute just rolled up. Got to be aware if that rolls down too. So if that 30-minute rolls down, that 15-minute might be strong. And hey, you got yourself a good little position there. So I understand. Liar, I'm a cheater. I'm a non-believer. Let's change the song. Welcome to the internet. Take a look around. I like that one, that's funny. We're not listening to that though. That's too much clown. I don't like clowns, and that's clown music. So right now, you're not seeing necessarily a signal for reversal, by the way. You're seeing momentum point up. So just know what you're getting into. You are taking a play while momentum is still to the upside, seeing if that rotates back down. Like, what is going on with volatility? Is that thing just still, it's just beaming for 12.12. Dollar still dropping. Like, what is going on? PCC going up. Born from the depths of the 36 chambers. All right. We're still looking for this. This overall is what I want to pay attention to today. I want to see if this is correct. I really do. Q is getting a lower high while the SPY actually goes and makes a new one and then gives it up. That's really what I want to pay attention to. I'm just not necessarily seeing volatility signals that say like, oh, this is going to scale back up immediately. It just looks like a beaming downturn, which actually tells you the fear is sucked out of the market. Like, weirdly enough, when the volatility does this, that is the fear being sucked out of the market. This is a fear and greed indication. So that means fear is gone, greed is here down at 12.12. And so as you are making this signal, you got to be aware if this thing turns down. People are pretty greedy right now, it seems. But going into today, we said multiple times, there's like a 3-to-1 ratio for puts to calls to in the SPY, which just tells me, hey, they would want to rip this up, convince those people to get out of those positions. Everyone takes calls and then rip it away at the end of the day. That would be... Yeah, I'm glad I sold my volatility play, man. Whoo! Turned into a 95% gain. Could have turned into a 95% loss with that kind of shit going on. Negative shit to say. Apple's still going. So Apple outside of its daily and about to be outside of its weekly. So it's already been outside of its monthly. It's 10 points outside of its monthly. So spiraling out of control and deeper down the rabbit hole. Oh, this is one of my favorites though. Bo Burnham when he sings Can't Handle This. I thought Can't Handle This was pretty dope. We're kind of doing it. It's just scary when you see the signal because this could mean we're just going back up. But if we make this divergence here, then we have ourselves maybe some kind of top for a little bit. All right, I'm better at making smoothies. No offense. Thank you for the smoothie, but that is a... I think what she probably put like a lot of peanut, because I have a peanut butter protein. I think she put a lot of that in it. And it's not my protein by choice. My brother just left it when he moved back to Texas. Ooh, can I say my shade? New York. Still saying positivity across the board, though. You can't say that anything's negative yet. And we're not necessarily seeing the rug pull signals. Are they just... It's like, are investors just dumping money into small caps because of the short seller problem? Like, is that what's going on? Like, I don't understand this. This dollar move down, like, makes sense now, but... I know that 4-hour divergence is what I was looking for. And now it's just completely gone, so it's just weird. And we're breaking down, too. Like, we're breaking down through this support here. So this trend line, we're breaking down. That's crazy. We're curling down on the weekly scale on the dollar. That's freaky. Does that really say, like, curling down on the weekly usually means we're going to see some kind of big squeeze? Are we going to see a big squeeze? Like... This just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think you can. I know you can. Dow going almost 1% higher. I wanna have a daughter. I wanna have a daughter. So I'm gonna leave them 7 times. Marina smoothie in full effect. I like the energy. SPY is past this weekly. I'm thinking right in this area. Yeah, hey, it's all right. Just think of it this way, though. At least you made the $50 in profit. You know what I'm saying? Don't be bummed out. Be like, you made money in the move. A lot, like, think of it this way. Usually in any trade, the opposite side loses more than the people who gain. So, like, someone lost more money than you gained, and you were one of the people who were able to win. So, take it as a win, man. Still be like, hey, I caught the move, $50, I'll take it. You know what I mean? Like, man, like, taking profit is always a good thing. Like, you can never say taking profit on a winning trade is bad. I would never say that. Intraday 1 minute chart, you're saying volatility does have some 1 minute signals. I would at least like a 5 minute signal, but we're not seeing that like at all. 1 minute, you're going to see all these signals and just be like, yeah, of course, the 1 minute is the first thing that has to go positive. Yeah, you have it. But 1 minutes do crazy shit. Look at all these divergences. Look at all these divergences. Look at all these. Like, it just does crazy stuff. So, although also I don't use 2 minute. I don't even look at 3 minute, but at least 3 minute divergence. Look how far down it is. So, I think what you're really looking for here is just an hourly, a 2 hour turn up at this point. And I'll take pork, but I'll screw my dad before I eat a burrito with a fork. That's one of my favorite lines in all of music. That's true, Alex. So maybe that's something you put in for the future. You say, hey, this is still going up. Let me just put it at the top of the bar, or bottom of the previous bar, whatever you want to do. Very good. That's okay. It's always like good. Like, you still got to win, and now you can be like, how could I have done that a little bit better? Right? It's a win. So you're not like, damn it, I did bad. You're just like, okay, how could I have made it a little bit better? I like that thinking. Let's say my gold is up when the inflation is expected to decrease. Well, and it's just the dollar's dropping off. Like, if you want to look at it based on the signals, technically the dollar comes down. That's weakness in the dollar, strength in gold. So weirdly enough, weakness in the dollar, you might see strength in Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin up to? There you go. So only 1%, but that is enough to curl up a daily chart. It's just the dollar getting that much weakness here just doesn't make the most sense, but hey, I gotta read into it for what it's worth. Still want to look at the SPY. Sorry, guys. Still want to watch the SPY today. Handle this right now. We're not seeing selling at all at these highs. Nice, spicy avocado. Great statement. Exactly. You gotta be proud of yourself. I like it. You think the VIX is going to 1150? I left the gate open. Bruce is going up and down the stairs. I should handle this right now. I think if we're gonna go to 1150, you're probably gonna see some kind of move in volatility and then see that go down like that. UFO video news now. Is following us, is subscribed. I want to see a UFO. Actually, no, I don't. Because then they're going to take me with them. Tell me how you handle this right now. I think that I can handle this right now. Wish I could show you guys Bruce. He's sitting at the stairs just looking at me like, let me out. I'm like, no, dude. TLT trying to flip up, go back to positive. Interesting. So these yields, even though they look like they might pop, what are we seeing on a 4 hour? Yeah, they're still very beat up. You're making divergence for the yields. Interesting. Oil. Oxytocin making it all okay. Just an interesting market. I think it's kind of a fun day, though. We're seeing some cool signals. What's your real meta? Except meta, all the other big techs are going a little into the green. So I don't know. I don't necessarily know what's going on with meta. I just want to pay attention to what's happening in front of me, right? So I more so would just be like, okay, right here goes not this bar. It's actually this bar right here told me, hey, there's no reason for positivity. And guess what? If you pay attention to those signals, sometimes you get lucky and a huge thing happens, right? Now we're outside. We hit the daily. We're outside of the weekly. So right now you got to say meta has a chance to bounce back up by the end of the day. See the 2 hours still by the center line? No real reversal signal here, just the divergence on the actually on Mac. Well, no divergence here because it's down. But even the 2 hour on this same bar told you, hey, 2 hour momentum can shift down. So very cool. Apple's starting to sell off. Turn around and fuck out all my brains. 15 minute crosses. You just gotta hope that remains positive to see a positive move. You still have to be open to that. But if that goes negative and the 30 minutes starts to cross, you might have more on the table here because that's going negative. This might be the actual big drop for Apple. This might be the rigged move. This might be the big drop. Or the 15 minute is going to curl up like that. So 30 minute drops, test the low, go make a new one. Or 15 minute drop and curls back up, and that doesn't happen. Did I overlook Meta's RSI or something? This one's not divergence. No divergence here. And no divergence there either. So you barely had tapering here. So it would make sense to get a bounce and some sort, and then maybe you could base out a little stronger. But for now, you're very negative. We are at a decision point. That's why I really am keeping an eye on the SPY. All right, guys, I'll be right back in 2 seconds. I'm going to take a little 2-minute break and just use the restroom real quick. So I'll be right back. All right, the girls are doing good. The girls are doing good. All right, let me turn off some music for a little bit. Let me turn off that music for a little bit. I think it's the Stock Whisper is a good one. Stephanie Kammerman. I've been looking at some of her stuff. She's okay as far as dark pool activity. Oof. 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 That daily crossover, that's not good news. Bad news there. But the 2 hours by the center line, if that curls up, positivity still. 30 minutes curled down, and it's kind of pretty low here. So to short at this area, you know, the momentum would say, hey, you're chasing a little bit. You know, you needed some kind of sideways price action like this that then tells you, then you can make a decision. So 30-minute could see a bounce here. We'll see. The bigger signals, though, say the daily could curl down. That thing could go negative. Earnings, I have a very hard time believing that Boeing's going to have great earnings, but hey, it's a 50-50 flip. See the SPY again. SPY kind of struggling at these levels. All right, so weekly expected move target hit again. See if we kind of double top out or what's going on. DJT is rolling up as well. See, part of me kind of, ooh, that's great. The daily's crossed up. This is all your swing trade signals except for the RSI crossing that center line, obviously, and the MACD needs to go positive. But for the most part, if you can get above that 200, you have a crossing of the MACD, and if you get above that 200 the next day, you might see this RSI get above the center line. Good look there. Ooh, Salesforce. You don't want that daily to go down because you're below the 200. You're going to be below all the moving averages. So that's not the best sign. Now you had a strong move, so see if there's a 2-hour pullback. See the 2-hour pullback? Now you did have divergence here, so you got to be aware of that daily being able to rotate down. But for now, you would say if that 2-hour crosses up, hey, positive territory. You can see another positive move here. RSI is already above. This is above these moving averages, gets above that 200 on the 2-hour. Okay, curls up on the MACD, it's go time. We can test the high, go make a new one. Maybe make a range for next week, and then you see that range is up towards like a 270 or something like that. And then boom, that gets there, that'd be nice. Welcome, Diana. I have a very hard time believing, like I was just talking to my wife for a second, the girls just woke up from the first baby nap, you know? So I was just like, it's just weird because the dollar is really turning down. Like we're about to see a massive pump in the stock market, but we're at all-time highs and you normally don't see that type of thing at the all-time high, and that's what we're seeing right now. So I'm seeing if this dollar at any time just reverses back around dramatically at the highs. It's just not happening. So weirdly enough, it could be two things. It could be a sign of breadth coming in the market, or it could be a sign that a lot of those dollars are going into maybe shorts, like short seller problem stocks, so they can catch some of that money if something crazy happens next week. I still believe we have potential for next week to be some kind of fake pump. So if they're going to benefit from the fake pump and then use that to suppress the stocks again, convince people it's dead, and then the real pump happens later on towards October, towards even January next year, that would make some sense. We'll have to see how this all plays out, but for now we're paying attention to the 30-minute. Hey, it's starting to do what we were talking about, make that move up towards this area, give us some kind of divergence, wall the cues, give us a lower high. So now the Qs are hitting their daily expected move while the SPY hits the weekly. So this is a point to really pay attention, and we might see a lull for a little bit going into that lunch time. Then we'll have to see what happens from here on out. $40, but hasn't seen that dramatic increase. GME still curled up. AMC still curled up. Okay. Palantir starting to show a little bit of wick in here. Remember, swing trade signals will fail the most on a 30-minute. So when we do the swing trading course, it'll mainly focus on 2-hour, 4-hour, and daily moves. Just so you're aware, 30-minute swing trades are very small, can be brief, can fail a lot more often. What's going on with the yields? Dropping off, making a divergence. If the yields are dropping off, so this also could be a way of saying like the smart money is saying like, hey, the Fed needs to cut soon. Like something's not right. These yields need to go down. So it's a random bank. Oh shit. That's some big ass daily divergences, isn't it? Oh crap. Uh-oh. He's just never fully recovered from October 2023. They just never fully recovered. That's a little bit worrisome. A lot of red in the earnings. When does this earnings come out? Next week. Oh shoot. We're gonna have a banking crisis next week. Let me do something real quick here. EFB. Okay. United Airlines. Ooh, a lot of earnings on Wednesday. Discover credit cards. Ooh, credit card debt's been going up too. You have like credit cards and some banks, some airlines. United Airlines. What's United Airlines look like? Yikes. Good divergence at the high too. Boop, boop, boop. Very good. So we got Thursday, Netflix on Thursday. Interesting. All right. Potential target for Rivian. I don't necessarily have the like expected moves for Rivian. I don't know. Did I just click on the wrong one? I did. This one here. So there's not really an expected area by any means. It would more so just be like, hey, if this 30 minutes starts to curl down, that's probably going to be a sign that we're going to see another pullback. That's the overall statement there. Overall, I think it's like a 2 hour. When this signal really confirms down, that's when it would be like, okay, that's going to be more likely a bigger top there for a minute. Kind of crazy move. But as far as the daily goes, hey, that thing's screaming higher. It just looks like it needs to pull back for a brief moment, even just for a day or two. Where would it pull back to? I would say right in here. If I would draw a line in the sand, I'd be like that right there. 1534. We pull back into that, and then we get higher. I think that would make sense. And then you have earnings around the corner. Okay, we're starting to see that turn up. We're starting to see the dollar turn around, just barely though. We're starting to see the SPY get a blip of weakness, but nothing crazy, right? We're not crossing anything down. Maybe a 15-minute, we should just look at this just for a second. Just keep our eye on a tight time frame here. Q's really giving that lower high, but it is compiling up at that daily expected move. So if it wants to break higher, it can. And then get the SPY to that monthly expected move, get the Qs maybe all the way up to its monthly expected move, and then we'll see what happens from there. Let's look at Citibank. I'm down to look at that for a second. Well, there's Citigroup, but no Citigroup. Oof. That is a rough one. Divergence across the top here, but that's a very hard one to read. Told you no more upside, at least a pullback coming right there, and then green numbers on earnings, but bad price action. This is the sketchy part with earnings. Did the same thing happen with JP Morgan? Did they have good numbers or no? Yeah, they had good numbers and it comes down. So more banks will start to do this. Now it is building back up, so that's a good sign. What the hell? What's up with Lucid? Didn't we looked at this morning? I'm just forgetful. What's up with Lucid is big upward price action, no real pullback just yet. The only pullback you really got was here, and that thing's pretty much been positive ever since. So 325 was the good level. Now you're all the way up at 410. That's pretty solid. GameStop, you still need that 30 minutes to hold the signal. It's holding it. This is a good sign, but the overall thing you need to happen is this daily needs to curl up. So you'd really like just a strong positive move today. This is a great bar. The bar before it, green bar above all the moving averages. That's fantastic. The RSI above the center line. This is all swing trader signals. You see we're above the 200. We're above all the moving averages. We're closing with the green bar. All you're waiting for is that confirmation of the MACD. So it's telling us, like what this is saying, if you read into these signals, it's saying you have a high probability of positivity on Monday, which when the big squeeze did happen, it happened on a Monday. All right, so that is something to maybe pay attention to a little bit there, because you're seeing this good signal. You're just waiting for that MACD to cross. AMC already did it. And AMC's just been holding and holding and holding. Almost like it's waiting for GME. Now, if that 30-minute crosses down, it means, hey, we're probably pulling back, and that daily is going to maybe even cross back down. GME, that 30-minute crosses down, it's not necessarily the best sign, right? But for now, positive in positive territory. The daily is looking like it wants to curl up, and the 2 hours positive in positive territory. So you can't really talk too negatively until this stuff starts to roll over. Someone keeps calling me. Netflix earnings coming out. Oof, that is not recovering at all. SPY, let's see if you can just head a little bit higher and go to that expected move. Thoughts on Tesla, 30-minute MACD flip. Let's see it. So we do have the 30-minute that probably is crossing. There you go, crossing up positive territory. So you got to say some kind of bounces here. And then if that's just going to stall out, 252 is the first point to pay attention to. And then the next one, I believe, is up towards that high. Let me go double check real quick. The next one, yeah, is up towards that, pretty much right where that high is. So weirdly enough, Tesla perfectly tagged its expected move. It's literally right on that wick for the weekly side. The daily side, yeah, you're looking around like 2 points from where we're at from here, 2.5 points. Still think you have the opportunity to extend this just for a brief moment. Extend for a brief moment. Maybe just a 5-minute pullback that leads to a 5-minute search. See how we're compiling up at it? That usually means like, hey, we have a good chance to break through. Compiling up, break through. See, maybe like lunchtime, we just move sideways, sideways, sideways. We get this to beat down, and then that curls up and gives us that little tiny like boop, and then divergence pops up on the 5-minute, which leads to that 30-minute divergence confirming. That'd be a good sign. I mean, that would be a very good trade setup if it all happened, right? It all has to happen. But it's good that yesterday in the YouTube video, I overall kind of gave the scenario that I thought was most likely was the SPY heads up towards the monthly expected move outside of the daily. And that looks like that's what's happening as of right now. We just have to see how it ends by the end of the day. Yeah. NVIDIA doing the same, kind of flagging out. AMD kind of flagging out. Meta not looking great. Oh wait, these are 5-minute charts. I'm like, why does this look so weird? AMC starting to drop. GameStop seeing some good shit. Just not necessarily seeing anything from the dollar to say like, hey, there's insiders selling. It seems like they bought something. There's no way they're buying into like SPY Qs type stuff. Seems they're buying into the small caps. Seems like rotation a little bit. Dow, great move. Holy crap. Still curled up. Positive territory. Confirmed another higher move. Right there. Still going. Pretty good. Uh-oh. We'll keep my eye on the SPY for a second here. How's Amazon looking? Let's go look at Amazon. Because Amazon looks like, hey, 15-minute getting by the center line. So if the 15-minute crosses down, you might make a divergence. So that'd be bad for now. But the 30-minute has crossed up. It's just so far away from the center line. You see how weak this bounce is because it's so far away from the center line. That needs to see some major strength to get across. So even if you were to bounce a little bit higher, keep drifting, overall, you would say if that 30-minute or 15-minute crosses down at any time, that means negativity, and maybe we'll make a divergence before we see a bigger bounce. That's how I would read into it. Because right now you do have that dollar going down while a lot of these stocks are down. But like, it's like if you look at Amazon and you see where that dollar is, you're like, okay, they're buying at these levels. But if you look at the SPY and the Qs, you're like, they're buying at these levels. I don't think that's the case. I think we might see the dollar increase like after lunch. Doesn't have to though. 0.82 put to call ratio. Oops, I almost hit end stream. That would have been bad. Yeah, so for Apple, we're looking at this if this is going to roll down. So you're pretty much saying if the 30 minutes fully able to roll over, that wouldn't be good because you're very close to negative. Test the low, go make a new one, start that negative trend really. But the way that it could be positive from here is you're kind of trying to do this cup and handle. So you're kind of building up right to that point where you need to. If you cross down on this 15-minute, that's okay as long as the 30-minute doesn't cross. And then see if you just get a brief turn down, turn back up. I think that looks like the other option to pay attention to, the other scenario. Disney. Daily's close to crossing up on Disney. Ooh, very choppy here, but oh, that's a 15-minute. Let's look 2 hour. 2 hours been going up and up and up and up and up. So if that daily is going to cross, you want to see where it is. You have divergence, so this is telling me you could get a good move from Disney. If that crosses up on the daily scale, gets above the 200, you can see a good move. You just want to make sure there's no rejection at that 200 or 50 even, because if you keep rolling down below the 200, that means more negativity. Yeah, let's go check on Roku. Our boy Cody Co, he said that the real bros of Simi Valley is over on Roku. So you see how the daily goes up and it starts to get overbought and then we move sideways? That's a good look to just look at a 2 hour usually and see, okay, there you go. So you see it. And now that's by the center line. So you have a good move that led to some sideways price action to now the MACD is down by the center line. So if that's able to cross up, that would be a very, very good sign. What you can look for, sometimes you'll get lucky and see like 30-minute divergence in the RSI. Actually, you do see it here. You see the upward in the RSI like this. Okay, that's awesome. Now let's look at the price action, make sure that price action's coming down. It is. So the RSI is kind of saying, hey, that 2 hour looks like it could curl up soon. So that's overall what it's telling me, but you want to make sure to actually see that 2 hour curl up. It's very close. You'll have plenty of room for a good run, but you are seeing some RSI divergences in here in this flagging overall. I would say sideways price action, some consolidation. That could lead to the 2 hour turning back up. Maybe it wants to go fill that gap first on the 30-minute. You just want to see if that 30 minutes curling down, it's not going to go up. It's not going to cross on the 2 hour. But if that 30-minute curls down and curls right back up, that could be more so the moment as the 2 hour gets really close to that center line. That's just a pullback signal, it seems. Was it 251? I thought it was like 252-ish. Yeah, Tesla at 252. Yeah, 252. So it's got about 50 to 60 cents left to see that move. And then you could see something crazy. It could go all the way up to that weekly. Something might pop to get the SPY or the Qs to go test some monthly ranges. It's like we're all the way there and you're telling me we're going to cut it short just by a little bit. I would figure we would fully tag it. What are they saying about the SPY? Let's go look at that real quick. That's facts though. If you were looking for some kind of zone to get the sell-off, it would be at the high. There's probably a good amount of supply at this high here. Grab some orders, take it down. We'll just pay attention. I'm not necessarily seeing that signal though from the dollar yet, right? We got to see if this thing ramps up. We're not really seeing the volatility pop. What's VVIX doing? VVIX still remaining higher actually. It had this spike, but overall remaining higher. Volatility going low. Tough one. I still think we got a shot to go up to that monthly expected move though. I just figure we're already there for the SPY, right? We're already there. So it's like, are we really gonna cut it that short after all that work? I don't think so. I think it might just do that. Doesn't have to, right? But that would make some sense. Everyone's like, oh, it's like yesterday's sell-off never even happened. Man, to see the sentiment in the retail traders change to like, oh, it's like yesterday never even happened. That's like, oh God, it's a perfect recipe because everyone's going to be like, oh, see, yesterday didn't happen, buy calls. Ooh, that'd be bad. Put call ratio still sitting at 0.813. So it's been hovering at these lower levels for a long time. Which is interesting because I'm pretty sure that max pain was very high for like the options data said that the short side was pretty freaking high today. So like this is the type of move that would absolutely hurt people. because you have a 2.29 put to call ratio. So the real move up towards what's it towards right now? Above 557, so 560, and then you have 565. So up in this area, now the calls are really trickling in, and everyone to the short side is damaged as of this Friday close. So to hurt the most amount of people, you wanted to go to the upside to hurt the most amount of people because it was a 2.29 put to call ratio. So this move hurts the most amount of people right now. And then let's just say they rip it away, 15 minutes before the options expire. Well, then they can make those a little bit more worthless. Max Payne sitting at 555. So they take it up all day. Everyone's calls look pretty, and then they just do a move down to like 560 or something like that. Interesting. Crazy. Yeah, I think this is why I'm really going to pay attention to the dollar today, see if there's some kind of weird move towards the end of the day. You just see the dollar explode, but hey, it's curling down on a weekly chart, so technically we should be very negative on the dollar as of right now until we see like maybe some more shit go on by the end of the day. Max Payne, are you referring to my ex-wife? Yes. And I was saying she weighs 555 pounds, not Max Payne's at 555. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make fun of I didn't mean to be mean for a second. I was just trying to joke around. That's not a good joke. I'm trying to drink it, guys. I'm trying. Because of my mustache, I keep getting milk mustache. Zanaccio, Ons. Don't encourage the kids out there to do it, but it helps me with my ADHD. It helps me focus a little bit. I have really bad ADHD. I've gotten very good at taming it, but still, I would if I didn't know how to control it and tell myself hey, don't say that because you're saying something really random. If I wasn't able to do that, I literally bring up the most random things at random times in the middle of conversations. Ons are half the price, but I just like how they fit. They're smaller. Oh, Zincini, brother. Yeah. What was it? It was there was some crazy stuff happening in Australia where something crazy was going on politically and everyone was losing their mind, and then the government came out and was we're gonna clamp down on nicotine, and everyone was what the fuck? That's not even, it was not even close to the problem that was going on in Australia. My Aussie mates. Yo, not gonna lie, me and my wife like to watch reality TV shows in our spare time. It's a lot of fun, and we watch Love Island Australia. It's the wildest fucking thing I've ever seen. It's so funny. At first I was wow, these people are crazy. I've had Australian friends and stuff, but they seem very well-rounded, and they do seem fun people. I want to go to Australia so bad, but it's just watching Love Island. You see the social media type people that go on Love Island. It's just so entertaining. See, that was random. Why did I just talk about that? That makes no sense. All right, yeah, and see, I know there's 30-minute divergence here. I try not to read into 30-minute divergences on the dollar because it moves a lot. I really just like to see 2-hour turnups and things like that. And you are seeing the divergence on the RSI here. So actually, if this just starts to go, that would mean this was all a trap. I mean, it's just they're in the move right now. That's what you would say. They're not out of the move yet. That's what the dollar is saying to me there. Now you want to pay attention to the 2-hour cross back up, because Interesting stuff there. Hourly, what are you going to see here? It's trying to curl back up, but already overbought. So I still think our 30 minutes, seeing that curl down, will be the biggest signal. We just want to pay close attention. So I'm going to do 15 minute for a little while here. Excuse me. Amazon flipping back down. So if that 15 minute crosses, that's not a good sign. If pretty much if any of these 15 minutes cross down, it's really not the best sign. Well, Meta, you're already bad. But Microsoft, Google, all these 15 minutes look like if they cross down, it's not good. That's what's crazy. Look at the Qs going massively up, and all those other stocks look kind of flat. So GME trying to rip. God, you guys are great at keeping me informed. Yeah, that's a 30-minute rip. Let's see this. Oh, you gotta be quicker than that. New high on the week. Oh, you gotta be quicker than that. But this is where you expect that resistance, 26.68. So if that can cross, look, that's green. Oh God, it's so pretty. Keep going. Keep going, you little bastard. AMC, come on, dude. Get above your 200 and GME cross on your daily MACD, and we got ourselves maybe a squeeze next week. I still think it might be a fake squeeze, like something up to like $60, $80, maybe. Oh, maybe 93.46 actually. I did some research and that was my kind of like red line for a fake squeeze. Whoa. Let's go. Let's go. We're above 26.68. Look at this. This is where either the fight happens or something crazy happens. Let's see if something crazy happens. It's during market hours. That's what's kind of sketch. It's like they can fight it during market hours, but that's a go, go, go. What happened? Twitter? Let me look at Twitter. Anything happen? It's got to be trending soon. Oh, you see the fight? You see the fight? They're like, no, we can't let it go above that. That would cause some like maybe margin calls if you end above 26.68. Dang, nobody's really posting about that move either. Oh, there we go. We're getting past it again. Come on. It's going to be a fight. This is where the fight's really happening. Ooh. Ooh. Who's excited? Who's excited out there? Just shorted it. Hey, it's above the weekly expected move. I get it. I just wouldn't hold that short into next week if that crosses up, right? That's one of my rules. It's just a swing trade right there. So everything's confirming for the swing trade if this holds. But you could see a major fight on this by the end of the day. So there could be a huge downside potential to not cross that daily MACD. Put mayo on it. All right, we'll put a little mayo on it. I don't know. It's already pretty excited. We don't want it to do something too fast, right? Where's my mayo? There you are. Get over here. Actually, it's technically like I should have this rotated around because it's the other side, but we'll put the mayo on it. We'll let the baby jump on top of it. Keep that close by. It's very interesting. It's cool to see. So now you're going to have hourlies turning up. You're going to have 2 hours not able to cross over. You're going to have 30 minutes crossing up, and you have daily momentum with you. It's a great sign. Yeah, and you're at the 26.68, so we reach up towards 27, but up here is where the fight happens, so it's a good thing to know this stuff. 20 is about to cross the 200 on the weekly scale. Oh, maybe you have a SMA? You might have an SMA. Wait, the 20 is about to cross the 200. The 9's about to cross the 200. That'll be a bullish sign. Daily side, you got to say all of these are compiled up. This is a great swing trade. This is a great swing trade, so big potential actually here if that completes by the end of the day. Sound's moving too. Is a lot of stuff starting to move? Let's go look through some of these. Sound, just on daily scales. Big move, great move. Close above all the moving averages. Boom, off to the races. Great look there. Let's look at this one. Hey, curling up on the MACD for FFIE. Not above the moving averages though. What's another one? Cost making the move. Chewy making the move. Everything's making the move. Now we just got to see if it can complete it. That'd be awesome. And then next week we'll have new lines for you on Sunday. We'll put those out on Patreon. So if you're interested for next week's line in the sand, well, that'll be next week. Camping World. Ooh, daily scale. Big move. I think this bar looks like a pretty good buy. 18 to 21, not bad. Good stuff. This is what you got to see. I told you, 30-minute crosses up. You know, it's just going to take a little bit of price action to make that daily cross up. If this 30-minute crossed it up, it already has. Now you're seeing the fight. We got to see what happens with this. They're probably applying a lot of pressure right now. A lot of pressure going into GME because this is exactly what they don't want to see. They do not want it to close above 26.68. You close above there, that's unexpected. So if you close unexpected, you can see margin calls and shit like that. Bad sushi. See how the market's reacting to that? Oh, dipping down at the same time. So we're seeing a dip down in the market while GME actually sees an upward move. So that's interesting, right? We weren't able to do it though. This is where you have to say, look at this. That's 30-minute divergence, isn't it? So there's two things to look at here. That daily momentum takes over if we end up higher, or we curl down on this 30-minute, we create that divergence, and that daily does not curl up today. Right? 30-minute divergence. I'm sorry, but I have to be as unbiased as possible and tell you what's going on with momentum. So I want you to be aware of that signal. If the 30-minute crosses down, not a good sign. Crazy things can happen over the weekend, but if this can remain up higher, you would have a good sign, a good probability of that actually happening. If the 30-minute crosses down, you don't necessarily have those good probabilities. So really looking for GME to hold this signal by end of day. We have a lot of bars left though. Why does that happen when other stocks go down, some come up? Well, the reason it would happen with GME and AMC is because like they have to pull their liquidity out of the market, out of the stocks that they're invested in, which make up the SPY and the Qs, in order to fight the problem. What are you doing? I don't like what you're doing, buddy. What are you sniffing around for, huh? Bruce just wanted some attention. So in this scenario, it's like, hey, yeah, so and sometimes it's just rotation moves. So right now, I think they're rotating back and forth between stocks. That's why you're seeing like, oh, NVIDIA, AMD are up. They've struggled for a little bit. Apple's up, okay? Now what'll happen is all these ones that are down could then start to move up while all the other ones come down. So we'll see what happens throughout. But right now, the SPY giving you some topping signals. 15-minute hasn't even crossed though, so don't be worried about that. Just looks like a retest of that daily expected move area, this little zone. We'll see if we can still launch up to this area. I don't know if anything happened as far as the Australia thing goes with the nicotine thing, but it's like something was going on that was really important and they focused on nicotine instead. It's like, the government is just always focusing on the wrong thing. Yeah, let's see what goes on. really just, I guess, pay attention to that 30-minute. That crosses down, not a good sign. But that's all we could really say. AMC not really seeing the most positivity. Seeing a good move, so you see how they're running together. That's good to see. But you need AMC to really gain some steam here. GME to get past that 2668. Anyone talking on Twitter yet about it? Not really. Not really. All right, calls are pouring into GME. For January. A couple 0 DT, nothing crazy. And then the 20 call has like an annual one as well. 116 looks like a lot of the price points, and then 719 are a few of them. Some 35K batches. Or some 5K batches adding up to 35K. GME, there's right here a massive 1.1 million order for 20 calls, 1/16/2026. So someone just bet $1.1 million on the 20 call strike for January 16th of 2026. Wow. So that's probably what caused the spike here. Yeah, I think it's like I would say this, spicy avocado, because if you look in the data of nicotine, it's like smoking isn't good because it hurts your lungs. But as far as like these things go, it actually stimulates, like, especially they say with males, it stimulates the brain. So what they kind of would say by putting dampering down on nicotine would just be like, the data shows that at least smoking does have some kind of effect in some way, but I believe it's something to do with being in the actual lungs. So it's more so like this type of stuff. If they could get everyone to switch from smoking to this type of stuff, you would save, like, I think it's like anywhere from 1 to 20 million lives a year from cancer. Yeah, Lurk and Luke, maybe send me an email with what you're saying, a little bit more descriptive, because I'm kind of having a hard time really putting that together just from this. But what you could say is you could theoretically lay out what's happened. Like, you could still leave on your chart for what's happened last week. So kind of treat it like every single week is this. Like, if you've studied probability in any way, like you've had business stats, statistics in some way, you know the theories of exclusive, right? Mutually exclusive. So each week is mutually exclusive, meaning the percentages don't change, and it's like flipping a coin once. So mutually exclusive, if you don't know, which I'm sure a lot of you guys know this, means if I flip a coin right now, the chance is 50-50, right? So I flip a coin, okay, it landed on tails. So what is the chance that what is the probability? Let's just see if you guys get this. All right, there's a 50-50 chance of getting heads and tails. I just flipped tails. So what is the percentage chance of me hitting tails on the next flip? Someone's had to take stats to know that this isn't really, yeah, it's 50-50 every time, right? So it's 50-50 every time, which tells me that there's still a chance I can hit tails. Now, if you're looking for a pattern, it would say if I think that tails is going to be hit, it was just hit twice in a row. If I say tails is going to be hit 3 times in a row, well, then I can flip and boom, it comes up as tails again. Now, what's the percentage chance of that happening? It's 50% times 50% times 50%, which actually equals out to about 12.5%. So getting tails 3 times in a row is about a 12.5% chance. So that would tell me, if I'm looking at weekly ranges and I keep them on my chart every single week, that if I say, oh, this is going to be a daily turn up, but if I end out of the expected move 3 times in a row, well, if I was saying, hey, that's going to happen a 4th time in a row, then technically the percentage chance of that happening would be about 6% on the 4th week. Yes, I did. Business statistics was one of my favorite courses. So it'd tell you, if you're saying, hey, this is going to be a big bullish move, and it could head outside of weekly expected moves, and let's say for the whole month you're like, hey, this could end outside of the move 4 times in a row, well, technically you have a 6% chance of getting that right if it's a 50-50 flip. In this scenario here, you'd have to do it with 32% or even 18% chances. Okay, so that's what you were talking about. That's kind of what I figured. And you can look into that, but you more so still have to keep in your brain that every time I flip this coin, it's a 50-50 flip. So every week's ranges are still a 68% chance in those ranges. Explain normal distribution. Well, normal distribution is just like, if you even wanted to look at it to do with like politics, like you can do normal distribution with politics. There's crazy people on the left, there's crazy people on the right, there's people who are Democrats, there's people who are Republicans, and those are the people who are more so like in the middle, right? So that'd be your 68% normal distributive zone. And then at the edges, you're going to have craziness. So it's kind of like, it's kind of like if you did it with relationships or say sex in general, you would just be like, okay, there's some people who cheat all the time, and then there's some people who have never been with a woman in their life. Those are the crazy ones, and everyone who's just like dating and kind of in the middle there, that's kind of how you look at it. So with this, the distribution for the day, technically for the SPY, this is kind of that middle zone. And right now you're going up, so you're seeing the crazy bullish thing. Whereas if you were down here, you're seeing the crazy bearish thing. And most of the time you'll end up back in that zone because most of us land in these zones in everything that you can do a normal distribution with. Now, what would you say right now is going on as far as the distribution with the economy? Well, we have this is the overall look. Right, it's not a normal distribution, and then it's probably something like this. Actually, if you really want to look at where people are at, it's probably very, very flat, little bit up, and then down like this. So it's like if this is someone having $0 and this is everyone having $100, meaning like the poor, the rich, you would say right now our distribution is, hey, there's a lot of poor, a lot of poor, right? So this zone would be bigger actually. So you'd more so probably have a look like this, where it's just like $0, and then it just goes down and 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 down. And you'd say right here's $50. So then you would say, according to our economy, how many people are under the median? A lot. Most of the people are under. This might be like 10%. This might be 90%. So that's how you know, like, we're kind of sick. So that's not necessary. So it's to say, like, our economy right now is not a normal distribution. It is a very poor get poorer, rich get richer distribution. So SPY starting to roll. Right where we talk, I mean, this zone right here, we didn't fully match the high. So interesting there, but it does look double toppy. We got to see if this 50-minute rolls down, rolls back up. But as of right now, starting to break down. So is GME seeing that pop still? There you go, so GME popping while the SPY kind of drops off a little bit. But yeah, I'm no teacher of statistics, but that's how I can explain it. And hopefully you're able to understand it. If not, then I could try again some other time. Think about it a little more. But yeah, we talk about the distribution, the normal distribution in the course. We tell you what the ranges are, and they are a normal distribution. Because implied volatility is a two-way street. I love statistics. You know, my statistics class, the tests only had like 12 questions. It would be one question, a full page to answer the question. So you had to figure out the probability of a certain scenario going on. at first you start out with like coin flips and things like that. Then you get into way more complicated stuff. It was a very cool class. It was one of the hardest classes I took it at KU, University of Kansas. And it's one of the most failed classes in all of their whole business school. I got because the questions are set up to trick you too. They give you extra information and things like that too. And you only have 12 questions and you get like 3 hours to answer it. And I'm shitting you not. It takes you like 2.5 hours, 3 hours to actually finish a 12 question test. So I believe the final was only 6 questions and it took me like 2.5 hours to answer those questions. That's how much is in that stuff. It was a crazy class. It's one of the most failed classes, and I think I got like a B. And I was like, it's like, hey, if there's a 75% fail rate and I got a B, I'll take it. It's one of the most useful classes. Probabilities are so fun, man. And then once you do that, guys, once you learn, like, I highly encourage you, like, even if you're just some random dude, like, do it for fun. Like, take a course, like, learn something new. Learn learn just statistics in general and how to, like, figure out probabilities and stuff like that, because it's very fun to use in real life. So, like, when my wife went to Vegas with her cosplay friend, they went to Vegas and she was like, oh, I don't like gambling. I always lose. I go, okay, use this simple strategy. I go, this is how you make the probabilities with you. If you lose, I want you to just do it one more time. And then if you win, walk away from the table, come back the next hour. She went to Vegas and said, I'm only gambling $40. She came back with like $260 or something like that. It's so, so cool. Because if you play the distributive game, you're going to get caught up if you keep doing it and keep doing it. So the key is, if you lose the bet the second time, you just like don't do it. You walk away. But there was actually, I'll tell you guys this. This is actually really cool. So I've made money in the weirdest, coolest kinds of ways. You know those websites that are like crypto gambling? So crypto gambling, and you have to like have a VPN. So there was a time where I crypto gambled. I used a roulette board because, hey, you can do probabilities pretty well on a roulette board. And very, very cool, because I turned, I believe it was $300, because I was just doing it for fun and doing my strategy. And I did it for 3 days. Just like when I had a long weekend, I just like did it for a couple hours every day. And after, I think it was like 3 days doing it for 2 hours a day, kind of treating it like my video game time or something. Back in the day, this was years ago, I turned $300 into, I think, about $14,500. And then after that, I'm pretty sure I lost like half of it, because the next time something crazy happened. And I think I only walked away with $7,000. But that shows you, when something crazy happens and you try to chase it, eventually it's going to see something crazy, probabilities wise. It goes into everything. All right, GME is dropping off, so is the SPY bouncing now? Yep. All right, cool. So we know what's going on here, I think. Just double down on my GME short. I think I'm on the extreme end of normal distribution. You might be, and I think this still has a shot to turn back up. Like, what we'd mainly pay attention to now is 5 minute by the center line, see if that curls up. We don't even have a 5 minute divergence or anything really. So I don't think you're wrong to be like, oh, we can see something kind of bad here for GME. This is the moment where they really have to fight it. So your thinking is right. So what I like to do is, if I lose once, I double down, and I'll switch the trade based on what number, or like I'll switch the pick of the bet in roulette based on what number is hit. And then I'll have to show it to you guys. Like, we can do it. If you guys want to do it for a second, like take a break from the market for just a split second, we can do it. Like, I'll show you guys how it works. It's just a really good strat. Now, you have to understand, this is just like trading. It's probability. So like I said, it built up to 14.5. and then one crazy thing happened, and I did a big bet to be like, oh, I want to, like, I'm getting cocky. I got cocky with it. That's what happens in gambling. You get cocky with it, and then they take your money. So what I just said was, hey, I'm going to see if I can turn this into 20 grand, right? I go, this has been working, this has been working, this has been working. Let me see if I can turn it into 20 grand. And then when I made that, you know, $6,000 or $7,000 bet, it backfired on me and I lost it. And then I said, okay, yeah, once you lose that chunk and you're like, well, I still made 7 off of $300. I'm like, yeah, I'm out. You know, I like to do that with gambling. I like to gamble, try to do something huge that I say, if that huge thing happens, I walk away. If I lose that huge amount, I'll still walk away with money. That's kind of how I end my gambling there. Whoa, Short Fridays. Thank you for the $50. DJT to the moon. Let's go check it out. DJT. Boom, there you go. So great move there for DJT, starting to curl up on the daily chart. So really, when you think about it, if this can continue, this tells you this might just be the beginning. So thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Holy crap, everyone. Short Fridays, it's Friday, and is he shorting stuff? That's what we need to ask here. But thank you so much for the $50. We really appreciate it. That's awesome. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you're very looking at DJT, because this one does not by any means look bad. People who say, I'm sure the media right now, like if we look up DJT, they're probably going like, this is terrible, this is awful, this is garbage. And then you just see it curling up on a daily MACD and you're like, yeah, I think it's good. You guys down? We can do it. You guys want to have some fun for a second? No assumptions? You guys want to see it? It's a very simple strategy. It's one of my most simple ones. I'll show you guys the simple one that I showed, that I had my wife do when she went to Vegas. I'll show you guys real quick. Oh, that's not the one I want. I want the really, really shitty one. No. I feel like that's not it either. There's like a really, really crappy one that's super simple. Oh, roulette simulator. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Okay. So where are we? We're in America. So okay, we'll do the one with the 0, right? So it's pretty simple. I'll teach you guys real quick. Pretty simple. So what you would do is you start out with the lowest amount that you're able to do. Or actually, I'll do what I told her to do. So she took $10. She started with I think she started with, what was it? I know she said the first one won, so she started technically with 40. She did 20 and 20 to start, but technically I said, you know, if you can do 10 and 10, and then increase that to 30 and 30 on the next one. And then if you lose that, you walk away and you just say, hey, I lost this time around. And then the next time in Vegas, you try to do it again. But so what you do is you watch a spin, right? Okay, so it landed on 14. So what you're playing are these zones, right? Because you get a chunk. And the thing is, what you want to do is slightly put the probabilities in your favor. So right now it's at 14. So I still know that this is a mutually exclusive roll, but if I sat down and I said it's not going to hit the same zone twice in a row, then I could go, okay, 10, 10. And that's all I'm saying when I sit down. And so then you would let that spin in 10 and 10. So this return on this is you bet 20, you make 30, right? So here you go. It's a 3-to-1 return. So it landed in the same zone again, right? So this is where I would say triple it and then spin again, because that would be 3 times in a row when you sit down. Boom, you win your money. Okay, now we're up $10, right? And then I would say walk away for a little bit, right? Walk away for a while. All right, then let's say you come back, you have a, you know, totally different board at this time, and then you roll that. All right, then it goes on 16, same, in the middle again. So you're just saying it's not going to hit the same zone, was it technically 3 times in a row, because that's 1. All right, here's 10. Hit the zone again. Same, it looked like almost the same number too. So then you would triple down on it. And like I said, if you lose, you just walk away and you say, hey, I'm unlucky. 6, all right, you win again. Now you're up $20. So then you go away for 30 minutes to an hour and you go back to a table. Then you go, okay, let's let that thing spin. I'm just betting that it's not going to land in the same zone 3 times by the time I walk up. Okay, so now I do the second and third, hit the spin. All right, we won already, so that's $30. Do you see what I'm saying? That's all the strategy is. So I always want to give myself the edge in the bet. So I'm betting more money so that I can have an edge, right? So I'm risking more money so I can have an edge, right? Because I want the 66, pretty much 66% chance plus the 0. So technically it's like 64.5% chance or something like that. So I want that edge with every single bet. And then I want enough bankroll to be able to do it a couple times. And I also want to have that limit of, if I don't see it, I'm just going to say, wipe it out. I'm unlucky for the day. I'm not doing roulette for the rest of the day. I'll do it tomorrow if I want to risk more money. But overall, it's just like, that's how you go with $100 and you give yourself a good potential to say, make, you know, 30 bucks really quick. Another strategy is just to walk up, give yourself a good chance to win, and then do 100 bucks and 100 bucks, walk away with 100 bucks if you win. But I don't do that very often. I like to sit and play and drink and have a good time, so I'll sit and do that. There's another one. You guys want me to teach you another one? There's the randomness play. But if you guys want, we can watch stocks. I mean, I definitely think we need to still pay attention to stocks. I just know this is lunchtime, so it could be a little lull. In a computer simulator, it will go up and up. So if you put that stop in place, it's like you could run into a time where every single time you sit down like 5 times in a row and then you lose a bunch. But technically over time, you're giving yourself the 64% chance. So technically, it's more so the important part is not sitting there in one long thing. Okay, you want to see the randomness one? I got to pull it back up. I deleted out of it. The randomness one. This one's a funny one. So the randomness one is you say, oh shoot, how did I used to do it? Okay, you say, now there's multiple ways to do it. You can do it with black or red. So the first one with black or red is you just pick a pattern. So you say, no matter what, I am going to bet like 1. I'm going to do 1 on black or red. You want to go with the lowest amount because this has a 50-50 shot. And you say, okay, the pattern I'm choosing is going to be red, black, 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 red, black. And then you just do that pattern over and over again. So red, right, 24 was wrong. So now I already said my pattern. So I'm just guessing that at some point this pattern will do it. You double the bet because it's a 50-50 shot. You lose $1, you double the bet so you can make $1. 0, okay, what did I say? Red, black, 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 red, black. Is that what I said? So now you do $4 on this. And you're pretty much saying at some point this will pay off. And then you go $8 on black again. This is crazy. This is just not going to be good. And there you go. You hit your black, then you get your 1. So it's like where you pick a pattern and you just do that pattern and then you walk away from the table. But you need a big enough bankroll to be able to do it all the times, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you could start the pattern over if you want to sit there and have some fun. Now, the way you do that with the higher probability win is you just sit down at the table. You look at the previous number was 29, so this zone, and then you go, okay, so I'm going to choose to do this pattern where I go second is going to be covered the whole time, and I'm just going to switch this one back and forth for the next 10 rolls and see how much money I make. So spin, right? So it landed over here, now it landed in here, I made 10. So now instead of not betting and waiting for the next roll, I would just do this one. Right? And then if it ever doesn't hit, I just triple it, but it hit again. Okay. So then I switch it back. You just choose a pattern. And if the pattern ever works out enough where you make, say, $30, you win 3 times in a row. Awesome. You can be like, I won 3 times in a row. I'm good. So that's a good way to do it. You put yourself in a random pattern. And then you just say, I'm going to play that pattern until I win 3 times in a row or something like that, or win 3 times, or I make $30. And that's a good one. Yeah, you can walk away after you win once. You can. But I like to sit and have fun. So I'll use the lowest amount and make a strategy with the low amount. SPY really looking like it wants to maybe curl over on the 15-minute. Watch out for that. Let's look at the dollar reacting to this. Starting to see not even a spike up, really. So interesting going on there, but The randomness one is my favorite one. It's the probably most complicated one because you have to make a different pattern every time you sit down. So it's not like, so it's like I just won 3 times in a row there because the percentages are with me. So the percentages were with me this time. Therefore, the next time I want to use a different pattern. So next time I'll do like, oh, I'll switch the middle one instead of the, I'll switch the second zone instead of the first zone every time. So I'll switch from 2 to 3 instead of 1 to 3. God, I kind of want, like, I haven't been gambling in a long time, but I just love sitting down at a roulette table and doing that. Just doing the small amounts. Exactly, Michael Myers. Like, that's the whole point. The point is just to, like, have some fun with it, not try to make a bunch of money. It's like, hey, if I can walk away from betting, you know, technically right there, what did I risk? I risked $60 total, and I ended up making 30, and I would just say, hey, that's a good one. Trading is gambling. Like if you were to walk up and just say like, hey, I'm going to buy this and I bet this goes higher, right? If you're like, technically what you're trying to do is do what we just did in roulette, which is make the probabilities the best for you, right? Pretty much I trade full time. I'd say more so I dedicate probably, yeah, I would say like trading is probably the way I make the most money. So I would say that's mostly full time. Like even when I'm doing stuff with you guys here, I'm looking at stocks, I'm looking for trade setups. So it's just usually after the live video that I really double down on stuff. Sometimes during live videos, you see me do stuff. Craps, I played one time. And I think the way to win with craps is just being able to spread out your money. Once you get to the point where you can spread out your money and you find that hot hand roller, that's it. But I haven't really done strategies with craps. I just try to spread out my money and just make money over time with that. You make over 6 figures trading? Let me do some math. I think last year. No, it's more so around about anywhere, it's probably 60 to 80 for the most part. The main like I'm still doing the slow way, and why I'm doing options is because I can risk less money. So I don't have to put, you know, if I want to make 10%, I don't have to put $20,000 behind a trade because it's not really the best time to invest. So I don't have to put $20 behind like a momentum trade to the upside, $20,000. What I can do is instead say, hey, I'm seeing this signal right now. Let me put $1,500 behind it. That's kind of usually my minimum for a good trade. As I get scaled into about 1,500, and then I can make a quick, you know, 750 a week or 1,500 a week. But if I'm really confident in a trade, if I have 5 reasons, usually I'm doing anywhere from I think 1,500 to 3,000 to 4,000, and then I'll make 3,000 in the week, or 1,500 in a week, or I'll make 2,000 in a week, or sometimes 4,000 in a week. Do your profits get taxed? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I gotta connect Thinkorswim, but I connect, I do my taxes, I do my own expenses. And what I do is I like to just connect it to, I actually connect it to TurboTax for the most part because mine's pretty simple. It's pretty much like one form of income there, one form of income with the marketing job, and now another form of income with YouTube. So what I do is I just connect my platform to it. That way they can just like run it for me, and then I can add in other expenses. Oh, you mean like for gambling? So the government knows every single transaction that goes into your bank account. Just so you're aware. So if you're gambling or something and you don't want to like say pay taxes on it, like it's not, I'm not encouraging anyone to do it, but one of the things would be how they track you is, one, if you make too much, the casino will make you write out a form for taxes. And 2, if you make little amounts and you distribute that into your bank account over time, they will be able to see your bank records and check it as income, like if you were audited or something like that. If you have multiple bank accounts, they still have track of every single one. Like, I'm trying to think of the way you know, like, really, it's just like, okay, so what my dad does, because my sister and my dad, they like to go to the casino together probably like a few times a year just for fun. And they just keep a cash pile. So they'll just keep cash. And then if they win, they'll just keep it in cash for, say, the next time if they want to go together. It's just something fun they do. So that way, it's not like they're trying to avoid it. They're not making huge amounts of money. They're walking away plus, 120 or something like that, $120. And then the next time they'll do it and maybe they'll lose it all. You never know. But I don't encourage gambling. Gambling is a rough way to do it. And if you get in one of those spirals of like, where you see black 7 times in a row and you're like, you bet on black and then it hits red and then it hits red and then you just keep doubling down, eventually you're going to see that time, especially if you're sitting there for a long time, you're going to see that time where it hits black like 10 times in a row and you run out of liquidity, right? You run out of money. So, like the video chat. Sorry, that was fun, but my wife doesn't pay her taxes. Hey, mine doesn't either. I pay her taxes. She worked last year, so I had to pay some taxes for her. Stocks and shares ISA, where we can deposit $20K yearly and it's tax-free. That's kind of nice. You need to report her. Yeah, get yourself audited. Get your wife audited. You audit your wife and she's gonna she's gonna learn your password to your trading account and get rid of all your DJT. She's gonna sell it all. Does it auto-calculate loss farming? I don't know if it does. It's just that seems like the most simple way and I just double check it and it was right last year, so. To reduce taxes, well, technically, it's not necessarily a reduction in taxes. The taxes would just go to a different place. So the taxes would still be taxed on my LLC. I just wouldn't have necessarily an income tax, but you would still have that, revenue versus expenses. If your revenue is higher, you will have that tax. Now, what a lot of people will do is once they do make revenue, they will go into, say, debt or something like that. That way the debt kind of counteracts. They can treat it as some form of loss in revenue, like you owe money, and therefore that's how you mainly don't pay taxes there. But I've never really done that. I would do that if I got a huge amount of money, but I don't see the value in it. Rates are not looking good to get a loan or anything like that, but that's how most people get rich. They put their money into assets and get some kind of debt going on. That's why you see a lot of rich people that own a lot of property. Just scroll back a little bit, John Piper. I don't want to do it again, but you can watch it for a little bit. It's kind of fun. There's multiple strategies. I went over about 3 of them. Statistics was your favorite? That's awesome. Instead of us paying the IRS, why don't we just start sending out money directly to Ukraine? Shrugs. Yeah, we're sending more money to Ukraine now. We just admitted to that. Biden did, I believe, yesterday. So whether you like it or not, your tax dollars. You're working today to fund Ukraine building new nightclubs. Because that's actually what happened. They lost like all of the money and nobody knows where it went. And then a bunch of nightclubs started to pop up in Ukraine. So congratulations. We are officially paying for nightclubs in Ukraine. Move to Dubai. Dubai's kind of a crazy place too. Like, aren't you like not supposed to drink or something in Dubai too? Like, okay, so you're gonna notice here that the SPY is bouncing, so GME most likely is coming off. There you go. Yeah, Vice President Trump and apparently Biden was the first black woman president, according to him. This isn't according to me. What was the other one that we looked at? God, we get such a crack out of it, guys. I mainly just treat it as a comedy show. Like, if you really have a soul, you kind of feel bad because you're like, oh, it's just someone that's way too old and there's something funky going on there. There's a reason they're doing it. They're probably just wanting a shill to be in there and they want to pull the strings. But now you're seeing like, it's almost like abuse. Yeah, that was it. That was it. He called Zelensky. He called the president of the Ukraine. He called Zelensky Putin. And I'm just like, oh God. And then he tried to save it by walking away. He goes, oh, I mean, we're gonna beat Putin. I'm like, dude, oh God. Oh, Mara, holy crap, no one told me about this. Mara, big move up. Is that Bitcoin? Bitcoin's starting to see this move. He wants to get rid of capital gains tax or lower it. The way that Trump's actually going to fix things, people are like seeing like, oh, he's cutting taxes everywhere. How the hell? He's doing tariffs. He wants to bring production back to the United States. He wants us to drill for oil. He wants us to be a self-sufficient country again, and that's what you want. That's actually what you want. It causes money to inflow. Maybe we could be making money off of our exports because we have a serious ratio of imports to exports that's just like psychotic. It's just like really bad. FDX. FedEx. Whoa, that's a big move. This can't look good on the weekly scale. Yeah, weekly scale looking a little rough. You got divergence all across, but strong move. So what I want to say is this is a strong move. The 2 hours by the center line. Right now, you're trying to break through resistance. You already crossed up on this MACD. So right now, that can change. This could just flip down. But right now, the 2 hour is saying there is positivity to be had here. There is positivity there. Now, you still have to be aware this is technically could be a double top. But as of right now, that's what it looks like. No way. Yeah, it's just not enough though, right? It doesn't seem like enough. It does have the steep hourly divergence. Good find there. That can really rotate up your 2 hour as well. So if this starts to see a big move, and what are you noticing? Well, it's like, okay, like let's just look at it very, very clearly here. All right, so the SPY went down from 1045 to 11. And GME went up 1030, 1045 to 11. Now GME started to go down at 11:15 to 11:30. The SPY started to go up at 11:15 to 11:30. So, but oh God. Okay, so pretty much, if the market were to crash down, I think we know what's going on here, and GME probably does pump. But now I want to just look for a little 5-minute divergence here. Can NVIDIA dump? Well, you just want to see how that was behaving maybe during those same time periods, right? You want to see if that's correlated in any way. Right now, that looks like the opposite correlation. So actually, NVIDIA doing the same thing, right? Coming down 1045, down at 11, and then once that bounces and GME starts to drop, 11:15 to 11:30. So yeah, looks like it. It looks like that's the correlation. 5-minute divergence pops up, maybe, but that's not even overbought over here. I think the SPY 5-minute divergence would make a lot of sense here. Get up to that monthly expected move and then see what happens. How low do you think it'll get? It just depends. It really depends. I mean, we do have a daily expected move for it, so we can look that up real quick. If you were part of the Patreon, you already have that for your morning here. So 2703 to the upside. Let's see. Looks like around $24. So a big move, but it could end up all the way down towards $24. It had like a $1.50 move back and forth. So plus or minus 150. Like a 5% daily expected move. That's kind of crazy. Almost 7% actually, probably. Hit a 21 times short on Bitcoin. You just shorted Bitcoin? It just crossed up on the daily. Be a little careful. Wonder if we read into Bitcoin at all. 15-minute. Yeah, see, this isn't reacting toward, like, this doesn't look like anything towards GME or AMC at this point. This just looks like the daily is turning up, and you might have yourself a very rough swing trade, but that is a swing trade signal if that can hold by the end of the day. But it has to go positive to see some good move. You could just go back up to a point that's kind of important, like right here where those closing bars were, and then see that thing fade back down. So just be a little careful. All day stream. You want an all day stream? Oh god, dude. Oh god, you guys want all day? We could do it by end of day. I'm just saying I might have to take like one of the, like we did that other day where I took like a 30-minute, I think I took like an hour break. I might have to do that for lunch, but we could do it. Come back, see what stocks look like. We could do it. Just because, you know, just because Short Fridays, you know, gave that nice $50 donation, we might do it, you know? Donation's making me think about it. It's like money talks, you know what I mean? Let's all do a lunch break. Yeah, let's all go get lunch, leave the stream, and go get lunch real quick. All day stream, all day stream. Short Friday's already donated $50, so when I see that, I'm like, hey, people are liking it, and my time is being kind of like paid for by Short Fridays right now. I'm like, yeah, I might give it to you. No, we might switch from robe to tank top. God dang it, Short Fridays did another one. Okay, now we're doing an all day stream. Okay, fine. You did another $50, we'll do an all day stream. God dang it, Short Friday. You didn't even let me think about it, and then you just like do that again. I mean, I thank you, and now we'll have some fun today for the rest of the day. All right, so why don't we do this right now? Watch if this 5 minutes able to curl up. Let's look for a 5-minute divergence up towards that monthly expected move. It looks like right now, if the SPY comes down, GME and AMC start to pop. No, but it's Friday. I have the weekend, William. I have the weekend. Fridays are great because I can stream and then I have a little like day break pretty much. So I get to still talk about stocks in the morning and then I have all day with my girls. So I'm not worried about being burnt out. It's more when I do it on Monday, Tuesday that I'm like, ooh, I'm a little burnt out early on in the week, you know? So thank you so much again for the Short Fridays super chat all day stream team. Okay, we'll do it for you today, but I have to at least take an hour break. So I'm gonna let you guys watch the SPY. And I'm gonna go eat lunch, hang out with the girls for an hour, hang out with baby mama for a little bit, maybe watch a show or something like that. Keep my eye on the stock market, but right now it looks like GME, whenever the SPY goes down, GME starts to go up. Whenever the SPY goes up, GME starts to go down. So see if GME is able to fully break down. If we see this 5-minute cross up, positive territory, look for that 5-minute divergence because this 30-minute divergence might have something to say in a second here. You might have a triple divergence on the 30-minute. Remember, it might mean we're not wrong, we're just not right with the timing, okay? So thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Short Fridays. Everyone say thank you to Short Fridays. He's funding my time for the day to do an all-day stream, and I really appreciate that. So I'm gonna go take a 30-minute to an hour break, and I'll be back here around 11:45. Let me do this real quick. Let me do something real quick here, just so people know when they come in. Sorry, we're messing with some stuff for a second here. That's the wrong thing, by the way. We need to I need to change this, but hold on, Danny, I'm coming. Let's just do this at the top so people know. All right, there you go, guys. Okay, so I'll be back in 1 hour. Everyone say thank you to Short Friday because that's, you know, pretty much what really convinces me to go do it. It's like, obviously, you know, if you want to pay for my time, I'll stay for the day. So thank you guys so much for that. I really appreciate it, Short Fridays, and everyone in there should be saying thank you so much. And I'll be back in about an hour, okay? So I'm just gonna go get lunch, hang with the girls for a second, and I'll be back in 1 hour. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave you on the SPY on the 5 minutes, see if we can see that next upward move towards that monthly expected move. It looks like it's coming. And let's just pop over to GME for a quick second here. Still breaking down as the SPY pops. So we'll pay attention to this right now. I'm just gonna leave you guys on a 5 minute and I will be back in about an hour. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Feel free to hang out in here, chat back and forth, you know, call out things that you're seeing with each other, have fun, talk to each other, become friends, guys. This is a good community. I really appreciate it. I love streaming for you guys every day. And I'll be back in an hour, all right? Peace. I'll see you in a sec. Why do you miss me? Why are you guys missing me so much? Whoa! What the fuck happened? What happened? Oh, that's a big move. Oh my god, that's a massive move. What the hell? I didn't look at the SPY while I was up there. I was just looking at other stuff, but god dang. Divergence 5 minute. Let's get out of these 5 minutes. We gotta see what's going on here. Alright, 30 minute crossed up. Let's look at this stuff. Oh shoot, I guess I can get my camera back on. Let me get this set up real quick. Google skyrocketing, is it? So it's catching up. I told you something fishy was with the dollar. That's why I kind of mentioned, like, hey, there was extreme buying. It's weird to see this signal at the top. It kind of means like, hey, we could see like stocks actually rip. The interesting part for me is volatility hits 1212. It's starting to scale back up. So very interesting behavior, I would say the least. NVIDIA, seeing that turn up, positive territory, 30 minute. Okay, crossed up. Now we're going higher. We'll have to see what happens with that going forward. Let me get this camera up and going real quick. 600. It is spotting out to 600, isn't it? It's kind of just going and going and going, isn't it? Let me refresh this. We're almost set back up. We are still in Robe Friday. That's right, we're still in Robe Friday. Then after this, I'm definitely going to the pool. It's hot as hell out there, and for some reason, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. All right, Kyle, thank you so much for subscribing 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry I wasn't here 5 minutes ago, but I am here now. Let's get this thing off. We'll say, we'll maybe keep that thing there. Delete this one. All right, cool. We're good to go. But Meta stock, that's trying to build back up, finally crossing on the 30 minute. Microsoft curling up on the 30 minute. Now we're seeing these bounces. So these are the bounces to pay attention to. Let's go look at the Qs though. They're going up into the area where that lower high could be happening. And now we're entering the last 2 hours of the day. So this is really the plot is thickening, but we still are having the exact signal we're talking about. We've been looking for, according to my video last night, this is something I'm looking for the SPY to make this divergence as one last fake out, convincing you like, hey, you were completely wrong here. And then we'll have to see if that actually completes. That's important. We have to see that complete, or else this signal could just mean more bullishness. So the Qs coming up, not matching that at this point. We'll pay attention to it, but as of right now, no divergences. But so far, this is the recipe where we have to pay attention to that lower high. And we do see the divergence forming on the SPY. Let's go take a peek over at volatility, seeing this thing want to scale back up. Most likely, what do we have here? Well, a little 15-minute rejection divergence, pretty steep there. So volatility play might be back on. And I think we're going to go for it a little bit here. Get that set up. Looking for this mainly to cross back up on this 30 minute before I take anything here. And now you have to realize that a lot of the time you need divergences, but this can just V-shape as we are seeing that signal with the SPY right now. So it depends on if we actually see weakness up here. So I'm still waiting to see some kind of weakness, even a 5 minute rolling back down, something like that. The flat divergence up on the RSI. We have the downward move on the MACD. So I'm going to sit, I'm going to kind of chill and just watch this. And if that thing starts to turn, I might go for a short-term volatility play. But what are you guys noticing? What did I miss while I was gone? Let's click through and look at Apple starting to go to higher levels, 5 minute divergence up in that area outside of weekly move. We have Tesla not able to break through its daily expected move. Very interesting there. Amazon actually seeing the good bounce. Now Amazon could head, I think, all the way back up to 197.72, somewhere at these wicks. This little box zone in here, you see where the gap is, and you see these lows within that gap with these wicks. I think this area pretty important. So something like 197, 198 there for Amazon for a retest. If we're going to keep heading higher, that is. NVIDIA kind of looks like it's just getting started for the most part. 15 minute is able to go positive. If that rotates down, not the best sign. AMD this one going to higher levels. So able to curl back up on the 30-minute. Now we're making that point of divergence. We're heading up towards that daily expected move. And we have to see if that's going to prove us some resistance towards the end of the day. But at this point, you do have that double top divergence forming while you add divergence across the way. So triple divergence across the way, and that's a pretty big sign there. Now Meta, yes, it curled down. So let's look at a bigger time frame here, the 2 hour. Want to see if that's able to curl back up. Looking at the daily scale, uh-oh, that's not a good sign, right? So as you're seeing some stuff drop, you could look at Microsoft, that one dropping down on the daily, not looking the best, but getting some kind of bounce, and that makes sense. Okay, it makes sense. But we want to pay attention to our daily expected moves over on Patreon for these bounces. Just for today, as we go into the close. Google, that thing screaming down, now heading back up, right? So heading back up, curled up on the MACD right here, and you're above the 200. So this can actually fully recover. It's just going to take some work. You're still a little bit, you're not even positive yet. So where would you retest? Most likely one of the breakout areas. So there's kind of like a little box, I'd say probably this area right here is where we want to go retest, starting at that 189 to about 191 area would be a good place for a retest. Looking forward, Netflix trying to see some kind of bounce, but just moving sideways most of the time here. And then we have AMC, which is curled up on the 30-minute, but not looking the strongest. And then you have GameStop curled up on the 30-minute with divergence, which could rotate down the 2 hour. Let's see if that daily is still crossed. It is not crossed yet, so you are getting another green bar. You made a new high. That's a higher high and a higher low, so that's a good sign. But you still need to make sure that momentum's with you. End phase. We can go look at end phase real quick. Wanting to read into this a little bit. Hey, well, what happened on the daily scale? Well, we started to see a turn up, and that thing's just going. Could we have caught this move? I'm pretty sure on end phase we did see this. Okay, yeah, the rejection signal. We said like this is pretty much the great buy right here. If you have some balls to it, you know, because you're just getting a rejection divergence. I'm sure hourly it looked a little bit better, and you could say, okay, right here on this bar towards 97 was the point where you can start to flip around those 2 hours. That 2 hour just goes positive. So then you say the daily is going to turn up. The daily turns up yesterday, but that move would have got you in a lot earlier. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. You see if that daily is going to turn up, you're going to start to see tapering. You're going to start to see the weakness in momentum. That's what happened. And then we head to the upside. Now you would say, based on the chart, looking at the 2 hour, pretty cooked, right? So some kind of 30-minute or 2 hour pullback is still the most likely. I would say 30-minute with this divergence might say, hey, end phase actually might experience a 2 hour pullback soon. So that could just move sideways for a little bit of time. You just want that to get by the center line, see some kind of pullback, and then cross back up. And a lot of the time when you get out of positive territory, especially this good big move, usually when you do consolidate, you can see another one right after that, because unless you make that divergence, but when you do beat down to that center line, you want to see if that can take you higher up on this MACD where you see a moment like this or this. So we'll pay attention to it, but this all looks good from end phase going positive. It's just the daily side that's not positive yet, but that's a solid V shape there. So SMCI, what's this guy been doing? Well, it's curled up, still kind of just lingering around. It looks like our 2 hour signals are saying, yeah, it's going down. No, it's going back up. Okay, now it's going to say, hey, we are heading to the upside if that thing crosses. Very wonky, so I'm assuming the 30-minute here, if that, yeah, okay, if the 30-minute crosses down, this isn't necessarily cup and handle. These things kind of ruin that. So this could just be consolidative move to head higher, but you can't really call it cup and handle. So if the 30-minute crosses down, watch out for negativity. And if the 2 hour is able to cross up and I would say start closing above 918.50, that's where I'd really start to pay attention to upside. Let's go check over on the SPY real quick for a moment, because I just see a little bit of a wick there. I just want to pay attention to this 5 minute as I enter my volatility play. 1 p.m. SPY, well, yeah, so 2 hours left till close right now, 1 p.m. for me. So we'll see if things start to shake things up a little bit here, and then we have to see what happens in the rigged hour, because the last hour of the day, 33% of the volume is in the last hour of the day. So we'll see what happens with that. 2 week is short term in my thinking. Part of me is thinking about doing two. Part of me is thinking about doing a volatility play for the short term and doing like a short on a certain stock for the longer term. But like clicking through, the only ones I would think about are like Apple, which kind of looks like cup and handle to me. So that one's a little bit risky. Tesla, possibly. Nvidia's one that I've been thinking about because of the triple divergence. So, AMD with the triple divergence. Really liking this look here. Seeing if that thing wants to really see a good pullback. I'm thinking about that one. Meta already saw a big move, so not really wanting to chase right now. But a lot of my attention's just directed over towards AMC and GME. Now we're seeing some turn ups for AMC. Did GME just turn up for a brief moment? A little bit. So let's see if the SPY is going to see some weakness over the next few minutes here. Remember, this is outside of the monthly expected move now, so that's as high up as the SPY is supposed to get the entire month. We still got half the month left, over half the month left almost. So, well, we got half the month left. 2 trading weeks. Pretty much 2 trading weeks. And then we'll see what happens from then on out. But thank you guys. Remember, this is we left the stream on so that you guys knew I was coming back, but we did leave the stream on. So make sure to hit that like button if you haven't already. That way we can get this out to more people. All right, volatility play is set up. We just got to see some form of weakness up here towards the high that could start to rotate down this 30-minute. Because look at that divergence right now, guys. Like, this was a very small handle. Yeah, it sent you higher. And you can go higher from here. I'm just saying, if I see 5-minute divergence here, this is going to see some weakness. And I want to see if that really pulls down the 30-minute, because that is a steep divergence. You have triple divergence across the way, and that's what's convincing me, like, hey, volatility could pop. Luke, we miss you. Then are you planning on to play out in the week to take 50% profit, or thoughts to plan for profit? So my plan with this is going to be, if I take a volatility play, going into next week, if say we close right here where we're at right now. Let's say we close a little bit lower and I get that volatility play in. So what I would most likely do is, if I see that little reversal thing there, I'm going to have a weekly range for next week. Let's say it's something like, it's probably going to be like, this wide or something. So then I would just look at that, get to that weekly range, and that's where I'd take profit. Or if I just make enough money in the move, like, anywhere from 50 to 150%. On a volatility play, I like to do that. So if I see this and I see reversal signals like it's doing that, okay, then I won't take my volatility play anymore. But if I see it drop dramatically, get to that bottom side weekly move pretty early on in the week, that's where I'm going to be like, okay, let me take some profit here. You know what I mean? So that's how I'm going to play it. I'm going to use the weekly expected moves as profit taking, and I might pay attention to the daily moves as well in case I see some reversal signals around daily expected moves. But I haven't taken the play yet. I haven't set up, but I haven't even seen any point of weakness for the 5-minute, which means that 30-minute can't see much weakness there just yet. Can we check on the Dow? Let's go check on the Dow real quick. What do we see in here? Another 5-minute divergence. Now, you don't have it on the RSI. Let's look at it on some bigger time frames. We're seeing a 2-hour just scream higher and higher. That's a big move. Okay, that is a big move. What are we noticing here on the daily scale? Well, this thing is just ripping into possibly even a new trend right now. You could be experiencing the Dow going into a new positive trend. Like I said, we had to read into the dollar dropping off dramatically. That was buying overall happening. And so for the Dow, it looks like up is the direction right now. I still believe it's going to need some kind of pullback, just because if I click on the Dow, you look at the 2-hour, it's still overbought. Okay, it's been overbought for a little while now, ever since yesterday morning. So that's great. You can remain overbought. Now we're about to run into my old trend line. So I don't like to move around my trend lines to make them look better. I'll leave my trend line where I think it is suitable. And right there is where we could have some weakness. Now, do I want to treat that as some kind of crash? As of right now, I have a MACD that is way up. So if that 2-hour wanted to just pull back and curl back up, that's exactly what happened here, right? Curled down, curled back up. Boom, solid move. So usually short-term play, I'm looking for 50 to 150%. Usually 50% is my goal there with a short, especially a volatility play. But a lot of the time, it depends on if you're in a bear market or not. So if you're in a bear market, and depending on the divergences, so if it's a 30-minute divergence, like 30-minute, it's a short-term signal. So if you take a 2-week play, hey, you might get a little bounce and just be like, okay, that's all I'm expecting out of this. But if I have a 30-minute and a 2-hour behind it, I'll go, okay, I'm looking at that 30-minute and I'm looking for a big move to make me 100 to 150%. Bear market is very good. In markets like this, I am prone to take, especially if I'm taking a downward play, I am more likely to take 50% profit. But I'm going to, most likely with this one, I think that we're going to experience some good weakness here for some kind of bigger overall 2-hour real pullback, because now you're seeing the 2-hour cross up. So now I have a 2-hour divergence, I have a 30-minute divergence at the same time. So that tells me, hey, there's going to be a strong move. Maybe next week, if this like just does that today, or even does this today, I can get a range like this, or probably something like, if volatility is up, actually, it might be bigger, right? And then we come down and it just goes, oh, all the way down to 552. And in this move, if I have a 30-minute divergence and the 2-hour looks like it's going to curl back up here, okay, then I will most likely get out of that volatility play right around this area. So I'll treat it like this. If I see that 30-minute curl up, I'm going to be out of, I'm going to be pretty much break even, because this is going to make money if that happens, and then I'll break even. I'll let the rest ride, and this will probably allow me to make 50 to 100% easily there. So that's my overall plan. Like I said, the plan changes all the time. It changes all the time. But I want that initial move, get rid of my risk in it, and then leave the rest so that I can just play with house money during times like this. Part of me is even thinking about just holding it all the way down into a weekly expected move next week. Just being genuine about that. But if it opens up and there's like a 2% down move, then that means the volatility is going to go up by something like maybe even, 15, 20, maybe even 25%. If there's a 2% down day, we could see a big reaction from volatility, which just tells me, hey, if I see in volatility, so it's just like last time too. So my last time I played volatility was with this spike, right? I said, at the end of, I believe it was Wednesday, I did take that play, saw that curl up, and I was just seeing that weakness in the SPY. So I take it, and then what do I see? Well, we get these big reactions, but, and then I just go, was that? Yeah, it was Wednesday, I think this happened, and then boom, we see the divergence. I just get completely out of my play. But if you were watching live around this area, I took some off the table here to minimize risk, and then it went down, and then I go, crud, it turns back up. I see the divergence, and I go, okay, now I'm going to take my profit. So around this area, actually it was this area, I was up 130%. I still waited for the signal to really look like it was going to confirm, and then right here I just said, yeah, it looks like volatility is going to turn back down. So around this area, took profit. I think I made 95% on the option trade. Pretty much an easy, like, what is it, about an easy 1100, I think. Look at the history here. Yeah, 1100. Not bad. I'm still keeping everything pretty close to the chest. Trying to make sure to be really risk averse, right? Be really, really managing the risk, like really aware that this could, because of the dollar, just turn up at any time. Lulu, seeing a divergence on Lulu. 2-hour, a little double-like thing down here, actually, for the 2-hour. Little tiny divergence right here. For the daily scale, are we seeing it? Yes, we are. Big divergence here, guys, actually. So Lulu has a solid divergence right there. I would even give it the triple divergence tick too, because you kind of have flatness up here, triple divergence, getting close to the center line. Lulu can see a big move soon, is what the momentum is telling me. Now, how big will that move be? You could just see a pop up to the 50 and that fades, so you got to manage your risk. Plug at 310 now. Dude, Plug is just going. Funny part is, this is a company I invested in a long time ago, and I took my investment out, obviously, with how it's performed, but this is something I invested in, I think around this area here, 26. Saw that turn up for a while, saw that turn down. I got out when it got back below the 200, and I said something's off with this. It's below the 200. I've never gotten back into it. Weirdly enough, you're seeing this tightness, like see how the price is getting tight, and it really looks like you had divergence at the lows, right? We talked about that. And so we could be getting some kind of bigger move from plug, and we're already seeing it. So now you do have the 200 above you. That could be the target for now. Notice the last time we made a big move, that target was about the 200. So anywhere in this area, I'd be a little cautious, looking for 2-hour pullbacks and things like that, that curl back up into positive territory, unless this is just going to be a short seller problem and it just goes insane. All right, SPY, we're just looking for that 5-minute signal to kind of complete here. I'm aware of rigged move, so I'm thinking of just treating this as like a double scale in, kind of like using, sometimes my scale ins are 3 to 4 positions. So right now, pretty much 3 or 4 scale in positions into one position. So right now I'm probably just going to do 2 scale ins here, as you do have the 5-minute signal, the 30-minute signal, and the 2-hour signal all at the same time. So that would be about, I'm going to probably do about $1,000 there. Just like, it'd be nice. The market drops on Monday by 1 or 2%. I get to start the week with a $1,000 gain, and I could probably find another trade there. Contracts, I don't really care about contracts too much. It's just whatever the amount of money invested is more, or amount of money in the trade is more what I pay attention to, but it just depends. Like I might do UVXY this time. So it will be about, yeah, I'll probably do 2250 or 22. So it'll be about 20, it'll be about 20 contracts. And then if that just sees an explosive move, cool. Like, cool. If something crazy happens, cool. But if it's only goes up to say, like, let's say we only get to 23, well then if we get up to 2250 or 23 on XLU or UVXY, that's all you need really, is to just see a pop up to like 21, 2150, and then that'll be worth almost double at that point. It's just going to be very quick, I think, if it all plays out. So we got to see a pretty dramatic move to see like a 10% pop here. So that's pretty much, if the market goes down 2%, I'll double my money almost immediately. Pretty sick. Cool hand. Oh, I gotta show you guys my tattoo we're gonna finish soon. My wife just needs to practice. I can't wait to get VV on my arm. It's gonna be sick. It's gonna be VV holding flames. This is my goofy sleeve tattoo. All right, so as of right now, what are we noticing? Well, the 5-minute divergence hasn't really played out, and it's just flatness on the RSI. So I still have to be aware of this thing just turning back up. 15-minute kind of going up higher, giving you a small divergence here, giving you a divergence across the way, but kind of violating it on the MACD. So that's something to read into. The 30-minute starting to try to get to that level, but you still have it on the MACD. Very dramatic on the RSI here. So that's why I want to pay attention to this 5-minute signal. See if I'm able to just catch something good here. Ooh la la, what's going on? Let's see if volatility is creeping. Let's see if the dollar is starting to base out. I mean, was it an hourly signal, right? Hourly divergence might play out here, we'll see. Hourly turns up the 2-hour, that's really what we're looking for. The 2-hour to just start turning back up. That's a pretty dramatic fall. I just can't believe the weekly was able to cross over for the dollar. It's kind of crazy. So I have to be aware in this play that I'm about to do, I have to be aware of any kind of curl up, because we could just see the stock market go mad if that dollar keeps dropping. Let's just leave it on the SPY for just a second here. Alrighty. So if this bar pretty much closes and looks decently bad, that's where I pretty much pull the trigger. But that's just what I'm doing, right? I manage my trades very, very closely, so we're not even seeing that weakness come in yet. 2 hour about looking to cross on Nvidia to the upside, I assume. It's got some room. Now the hourly might have. Yeah, the hourly is more what I'd look at, but as of right now, you're pretty much, let me see here. You could go up to like 133, but it looks like as of right now we are outside. Well, we're right at that expected move. So the cool part is you're at the expected move for Nvidia, and you also have this 5-minute signal to pay attention to right now for the SPY. So if this starts to see some weakness here, drops back into that, most likely I'll be taking a play, because that's Nvidia saying, hey, I'm at a daily expected move, while the SPY is at its out making divergence outside of both the weekly and the monthly. So I still have a 68% drop to land. Actually, weirdly enough, because you're out of all of these, you have a 68% chance to drop down to like 560 by the end of the day. Kind of crazy. Now that's a crazy move, and most likely if you took a 0 DTE, they would just like cause the stock to hold up higher until those expire, and then boom, goes down. But as of right now, that's what I'm looking for. We can see the same thing towards the monthly expected move for the Qs. So that's really telling me like, hey, watch out, the 30-minute can roll over soon. The Qs, the 30-minute would continue that negative trend. It didn't even get overbought or oversold last time. So I'm really going to say that if this actually does curl down, we actually could see a divergence, right? You want to pay attention to any kind of divergence that is made here. But a lot of the time, we need to go deeper into negative territory if we really want to start that negative trend. So this could really fall off a cliff. And it's kind of adding up, because what would cause things to fall off a cliff? Well, AMC and GME. GME seeing these good moves, not able to curl back down on this 30-minute. Daily, look at this guy trying to curl up. So if GME and AMC are going to somehow, disrupt the market a little bit, you're kind of seeing signals of that right now, just to be honest with it. Obviously, you have to manage your risk. It's not guaranteed ever. We talked about probabilities. We even talked about roulette for a second, and you guys saw that you had pretty much a 64% chance to win in roulette, and you'll lose. I lost like 2 times in a row. So it's like, that's what can happen in the stock market. Even when the probabilities are with you, you can be wrong. And so we have to pay attention to managing the risk, so that if we're wrong, nothing hurts us too badly. As of right now, though, GME looks like it wants to cross up. 30 minutes crossed up. Everything looks good towards the end of the day here. We have about a few more bars left. So if this can not turn down, I'm pretty confident that GME is going to see a solid move going early on into next week. That is also as long as we start to see this 30-minute break down a little bit for the SPY. How many minutes? Okay. So that posted, but so now I'm going to wait for this bar to complete, because that bar wasn't dramatic. So if I see this bar start to pick up steam, that's where I'll probably look into it. And it's just going to be a little play, and I'm willing to take a little chance on it. Pretty much using the volatility wins from this week to pay for it. So we're just kind of trying to really use that money we made this week to make our next play, which is nice. XLU looks pretty oversold or overbought. XLU's been ripping, which is crazy. Utility seeing a rip. And I was looking at this the other day, and it still reads me into like lower high type thing. It's like it's trying to catch back up to the SPY, isn't it? So maybe if we're just lagging behind XLU, we do see a big dip and we see a big recovery. That would be interesting going into the fall. All right, there we go. All right, I think that's a good enough trigger for me. Let me see if it uses the monthly real quick. All right, yeah. Go. So about 20 contracts for about a little less than $1,000. About 970. AMD has it too, already completed. That was the one I was thinking about. So this says there could be weakness in this 30-minute bar now. So the 30-minute looks like it could roll over here. So pay attention, big time to pay attention. That's what I'm saying, yeah. So this is kind of like top signals. This is topping signals, and you're getting the signals of GME and AMC about to pop off. So you could see a run from GME and AMC, and that might disrupt the market. So you look at GME, you're starting to see this 30-minute bar go up, and then you just go over to the SPY, and you're starting to see that 30-minute bar go down. So we know that they're correlated, they're negatively correlated at this point, and now we're getting the first signal of weakness. Now, this is a 5-minute chart. So what I'm going to do is, if this breaks down and pops back up one more time, right, that's what I'm paying attention to. Got to manage your risk all the way back up. Okay, there it is, right? So if that would happen, okay, I just look at this point right here. I see if that's closer to the center line or if it's violating the divergence. If it's violating the divergence, I get out of the play completely. But if it curls up one more time to give me another point, I can do a little bit more of a scale in with a few $100. Just to make that position a little bit better. Average in with another position there. If I can get another 10 contracts at that point for cheaper, that'd be great. Okay, starting to wick out to the downside. We'll see what's going on here. 5-minute about to curl up for GME as well, but you still have a lot of time until the close. A lot of time. So I'm going to be watching this very freaking closely. But this is a time to really pay attention. You know, we pay attention to any time the charts look like this. This is what we pay attention to all the time. This is the scenario we were looking for, right? The divergence and the Qs making the lower high. This is the exact scenario I was talking about. Now we just have to see if it's going to prove itself. Oh yes, it's Robe Friday. Usually it's Robe Sundays, but today we woke up early. I woke up, hung out with the girls for like an hour, drank my coffee with the girls, and I just had my robe on, and I was like, I gotta let the dogs out, but after I let the dogs out, it's robe time, you know what I'm saying? After this, I'll probably change into some swimwear. We might go to the pool. Well, not the poo. We'll go to the pool. Usually, okay, so if you guys didn't know, I do call it the poo. I go, you wanna go to the poo? Oh, sick. Already up $100, 10%. Nice. 10-minute cross down on the Dow. Let's go check out the Dow real quick, because this one's showing the 5-minute divergence as well. It's just not that good there. So the 2-hour got rid of the divergence here. Very interesting, very flat. Actually, a little bit down. Just a little bit down. You actually have it on the RSI. It's just the MACD. It's just gone. So I will still treat this as some kind of pullback for the Dow, because we've just gone to higher levels. The only reason I'm a little bit worried, daily scale, still have it pretty much across the way, but it looks like you might be making a new point where you might see that dip down for a bit, curl back up into positive territory, right? And then we see that divergence proven. But if this starts to go negative, I'll be a little bit more worried about the Dow. Good stuff. Good stuff. That is small. We got to see if NVIDIA, and you notice I flashed over to NVIDIA to kind of convince myself if I want to take this play. Well, I looked at NVIDIA to see if it was having a weak bar, and it actually was, and then it wicked out. So it wicked out right there. So that bar kind of tricked me a little, but that's okay. Not real good divergence on the RSI, just a 5-minute that looks like it could. Uh-oh. 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 Things are scaling up for that. All right. Nice. Yeah, probably not. You probably had a lot of day traders get there. The good part is, like, we actually did very well calling this today, I think. Like, kudos to you guys, everyone that's paying attention out there, because I think we're paying attention to the right thing. So thank you guys for being here, because we talked about pretty much all of this happening, you know, it going to make a divergence while the Qs aren't able to make that same, you know, upward push. Now we're seeing the Qs really start to drop off, SPY start to drop off. We can go back in that daily expected move, and we could have the SPY end up back in the daily expected move. Now that would be very dramatic downside. So I don't know if I necessarily see that happening. What'd you say about Chewy? Did it delete your message? Dang it. 5 and 10 minutes have crossed down on the Dow. Yeah, I saw the 5-minute cross down. It's just not the best divergence. So I'm really looking at like 30-minute pullback type vibe, right? 30-minute pullback looks like the first likely thing from this area. Volatility starting to scale up now. So here we go. Let's watch the show at the end of the day here. This is what Short Fridays paid for all of you guys. So we can watch this together with my robe and little chest pubes. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be May. Oh, my sister's birthday is today. Fuck. I gotta message my sister. I forgot. Today's her birthday. I just remembered. It literally just hit me out of nowhere. I was like, it's gonna be, oh, it's Jeannie's birthday. I have a sister, and she manages a Wagyu beef butcher shop. What's the put to call now? Sorry, I'm on my phone. Put to call right now looks like at 0.79. So you are in an area where people still have calls, and I just want you to notice we haven't got back up towards 1, or even towards 0.95 since July 2nd. So it's been 10 days since we've actually gotten to, you know, high put levels, even though there were a lot of puts in right now. As of right now, the volatility really dropped off, giving us that divergence, 5-minute divergence at the low here. So same signal we're seeing on the SPY, just not the 30-minute signal. So I'm watching this closely. Yeah, I don't want to mess with too much. We're in the green already, so let's just be happy with that, right? See if there's some kind of 5-minute pullback. And this could extend, because remember, all the craziness wants to wait till the end of the day. So what if this extends, bases out, curls back up, does this, and then it falls? That would be something to really pay attention to. See this go, So I'm still looking for that next scale in. So I'm glad to be watching this with you guys, because I would be sitting here watching it anyways. Legini, how are you doing? We're doing pretty good. We're seeing some reversal signals towards the end of the day. Just seeing if the dollar can prove that there is some sort of selling before we actually sell off. SPY wanting to drop down to lower levels. Every single time the SPY drops, what do we see? GME go for a little bit of a run. So we're paying attention, seeing if things can curl up in positive territory, all that good stuff. Right now you do have AMC curling down, but the main thing is the SPY just really watching this, seeing if there's a curl up and a curl back down by the end of the day. Welcome, Legene. Wifey, guess what wifey made for lunch? And I know you guys are gonna say Japanese egg sandwich. No, she made like a kimchi stew, and it's fantastic. We went to the Asian market the other day, 2 days ago, maybe. Yesterday? I don't remember. But we went to the Asian market. It was awesome. My Burl shorts are kicking my ass. And I'm moving every day for the past months on zero volume from insiders, but I have large puts on them missing August earnings. So do everything. Okay, so this one here. That's not right. No S. Burlington. Burlington, I think you're in the right mindset here that this needs to pull back. As of right now, you would just say, hey, this needs to pull back. You wouldn't really want to be thinking like, oh, this is going to reverse down. Right here, it looked like it, but then after that curl up, you got to be like, ooh, That's a rough curl up too, a huge gap up. Why would this big ass gap up happen? But you got to manage your risk there for sure. Maybe the 15-minute management of risk would have helped. No, actually, the 15-minute management of risk would have said nope, and then boom. So that's just one that's kind of unlucky. Crazy things happen. 2 hour though, going way up there, so you don't really have that divergence in the near price action. You do across the way, but if you notice here, we kind of had the cup and handle. Maybe these violated it, so it's not the best. But ooh, dip down, curled up, positive territory, positive move, awesome move. Now we're starting to see a little bits of weakness, right? Little bits of weakness come in, needs some kind of pullback. So looking at the shorter time frames, even a 15-minute, we're going to start to see these divergences in the near price action here. So I think you have a good opportunity for at least a 30-minute to pull back from this area. And then you just want to see, does that leak over into a 2 hour? Does that leak over into a daily? Does that leak over? You know, that's kind of how I do things. I like to watch things step by step and just keep feeling more confident as it goes down and then make a move if it starts to curl back up. Costco announced good news and $5 more membership fees. So retail ETF got loaded up into it. Gotcha. Gotcha. I mean, this still looks good. It's still up about 9%. PayPal's doing good, so I am good. Nice. All right, let's look at PayPal. Let's look at PayPal. That was a fun one back in the day, huh? We talked a lot about this one, didn't we? To figure out if this was going to curl up, the lower high or the higher low, then it curls up again. You start to take back the 200, you react to the 50, then you react to the 50, you get some kind of pullback, see if you can hold the 200, then you go off to the races if earnings are a good thing. Earnings around the corner, you just want to see, like if anything gets really excited before earnings and you're to that side and that's a good play for you, you can take all of your risk out by just saying, hey, let me sit on my hands. You know, that's a you have to know that this is a 50-50 flip. We talked about the get out of jail free card, which is if PayPal would see that massive move, that'd be like, oh, sick, I got the move. Get out of jail free. Now I don't even have to mess with earnings. So it's a very nice feeling there when that happens. It says a little bit flaggy. So this is kind of convincing me more so that we are going to see this continue to kind of just stall out and maybe curl up one more time. Let's look at volatility showing the same thing. Yeah, it looks like volatility could even do some kind of, maybe even make that higher low and keep going while the SPY actually makes a new high. That'd be interesting. We're way outside of that daily expectation. PayPal and then board formed and then kicked him out of his own company. So Elon Musk technically, PayPal became PayPal after he left. That's how he didn't like set everything up, come up with the business plan, and then they just executed it and kicked him out. He actually got kicked out, and then PayPal changed things around, and then it became better. So I don't think PayPal was the best suitable company for Elon Musk. I think now he's more in his good realm, like he's in his area. JP Morgan had earnings. What happened with that thing? Well, dropped off a cliff and built back up. So right here, building back up, seeing if that can curl over. Hey, curled back down on a 30-minute. Not a great look. 2 hours still in pullback mode as of right now, never able to curl back up. So if you start to lose this low, you notice how important this low is. I mean, just look at the 2 hour wick, right? We get below it. Where does the bar go up to? Oh, well, it goes here. Notice we don't gap all the way down to below this level. Very important to keep that level. So I'd really see if this 2 hour can gain some steam here. 30-minute, if we can make just a small divergence here or something like that, but that's going to be difficult as the bars came all the way down. So what you would say from here is still just 2 hour curls up, great thing, but is the daily rotating down, okay? The daily rotating down, you have divergence up here. It is showing weakness in momentum. Even if there is one more push up, you will still have that weakness in momentum on the daily scale. No, keep doing your thing, Short Fridays. You're fine. I'm down to talk about all the random stuff. I don't care. If he's making a payment thing on X, that'd be kind of interesting. I know he's just thinking of like what to do next, and I think he just puts that stuff out there to see what people enjoy. So it's like he said, "Do you want us to make a phone that has more privacy in it?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah." I'm all for a phone company actually like marketing themselves based on privacy and free speech. It's like privacy and free speech are huge deals to me personally. As far as levels for JP Morgan, there's not really levels to pay attention to. If you're paying attention to levels, you really want to make those weekly expected moves like you hear me say all the time on Patreon. You can learn how to do that in the course, or you can look up the calculation and try to do it over the weekend. You could probably learn how to do it over the weekend. Just got to look up that calculation. Just type, how to calculate expected moves in the stock market using options data. But there you go. So if you see that now, so levels pretty much would more so be like, hey, you have liquidity here. We could bounce up and grab that, then fall down. And then you just want to pay attention to points of interest, right? So you see how there's this big gap and we have these lows within that gap. So that would tell me that this little area right here in between these two little boxes is pretty important, right? You see how that wick almost comes down to the bottom. We break out, we retest it, we go higher. So that area is probably very important. If we can get down there, look for that to bounce. And then you want to just say, like, on a 2 hour, if that does bounce, is it able to hold, or does that start to curl back down and we end up by the 200, because that's looking like where that support would really be. So this is the zone I would pay attention to. Regression trend line, if so, care to explain the use of it? I don't use regression trend line, no. Well, I mean, for the most part. Let me look at this weekly. Oh wait, what am I looking at? This guy. So that's seeing a pretty solid bounce. Tesla 252. Have we gotten there today? Yeah. Sorry, I don't know why my brain just like wanted to look at Tesla and see if it hit that 252. It really hasn't hit it yet. Now, but like, okay, so you guys, if you're asking about like trend lines in general, do I use them to formulate a plan for my trading strategy? Not necessarily, because I could convince myself probably like 5 different times right here, like, oh, there's gonna be weakness at the trend line. Weakness, there is. Oh, there's gonna be weakness, there is, but it's not much, but it's not much, but it's not much. I more so need to pay attention to the shorter time frames and see when I'm just seeing the signal in front of me. Trend lines are great, but I don't like moving them around and things like that. Like, we're outside of a big one right now, by the way. This is the blow off. This is the channel, like kind of big wedge we've been in, kind of big channel here. So if I would have said like, hey, I'm really following my trend lines and that's part of my trading strategy, it really wouldn't have worked out. Now, as we got excited outside of it and we see those signals, now I can read into it, see if we're going to come back into that channel, and then look at that. It reverses back around with some kind of lower, higher low, and then we head to the upside. So as far as it goes with trend lines, it's like, yeah, I read into them, but you'll never hear me use it as like a definitive way to make a decision to make a trade, if that makes sense. It's more of a guideline that you want to use in order to see if signals are there. The most important lines on your screen are going to be the expected moves. I don't know if that was the best answer for you, but more so it's a guideline of what trend are we in? Are we going up? Are we positive trend? And then, oh, we're hitting the top side. Am I hitting the top side? And seeing resistance come in and completing a 2-hour divergence. That's more how I would think about it. Yeah, we can check the Russell. Yeah, it's true, Legini. It is true. It's because it's a rumor stock too. It's like the reason that it out of nowhere went up recently, you've seen big ups from the bottom, was because during their last earnings, that's where it really started to ramp up from. They said, we're going to make a new affordable car EV we're going to make a new affordable EV in the future. And everyone goes, yes, invest. And then 2 months later, they're like, well, we have to delay making that car. Stock goes down a little bit. It's like, it's all rumors, it's all news. But if we paid attention to the signals, I think we were able to catch some stuff down at those lows. So it was pretty cool. We actually read into Tesla pretty well if you look back on things. we gave like the 2 scenarios that could play out, and one of them played out. Then we got the retest we talked about, then it started to go higher. So one of them played out, and that's why we talk about multiple scenarios, just because it's more so being aware of what can happen and not being surprised by it, but instead having a plan to react. And I think that's a big deal. Let's go look at IWM for a second here. Looking at the Russell here for a second. This thing has been going higher. We've seen that thing just screaming higher. So we are seeing some sort of rotation into this. Now, this is it getting pretty overbought on the daily. So you would say a 2-hour pullback would make sense. Let's look at the 30-minute. The 30-minute is telling you you're in a 30-minute pullback right now. Now, that could just pull back with time. We could just move sideways, or this could just curl up at any time. But the best times would be if this is able to fully pull back. Even if that was just sideways, see the momentum indicators pull back. You notice the RSI still overbought. So you need that RSI to get down to that center line and then confirm another upward move. Get the MACD to do the same. Get this to maybe break down, fill one gap, and then turn right back up. And then that would be the more risk managed trade, right? Being patient so that you have a good opportunity for upside after a pullback. Yeah, I saw AT&T was trending on Twitter, read into it a little bit. Yeah, a lot of consumer data leakage. That's why I think there's going to be some random cyber attack, almost like Barack Obama was warning us with the movie that's on Netflix that's totally made up, where there's a huge EMP and electricity is kind of gone for a while. It's like, and at the same time, it was like, not the WHO, WEF maybe? I don't remember who said it, but one of the big like global agencies came out and like 2 months after that said, you need to be aware of like, this is how a cyber attack would happen. This is how it would spread, which is exactly what they put out for COVID, like a viral disease like COVID. And then a few months later, COVID happened. Now they've done that with cyber attacks. And it's been like, I think like 6 or 7 months since they actually put that out. So yeah, wouldn't be surprised if some kind of global cyber attack or some kind of EMP type thing happened. Need to look into getting a generator, which only works with oil. So it's funny that you need a generator, you need gas. So they are trying to get rid of gas to just make it so if you do have an EMP, you're just screwed. Yeah, let's check on NVIDIA for a second here. So NVIDIA, I keep looking at this because it's pretty much, it's outside of its daily expected move. All right, it's outside of its daily expected move. And the weekly expected move is just above you just a little bit. So what I'm reading into here is, can this 30-minute cross over? And that will tell me in a 5-minute chart. And now we're just seeing this thing keep heading higher. So I did get faked out a little bit on these bars here, on these wicks, but that's okay. Still confident with the trade. See this thing curl up. It's perfectly fine for me. I'm not worried by any means, but the fact that NVIDIA is still curling up, you don't necessarily have good 5-minute divergence on the RSI. You just have it on the MACD. So I think you got a good opportunity to pull back here, but it's a 5-minute chart. So that thing can just go overbought for a long time. As of right now, 30-minute, very positive, very good. You're just at a daily expected move on a Friday, and you're coming up into the end of the day where you might see things start to get ripped away. You might see taking profit. It is an options expiration as of today. So you know, a lot of options are expiring today, so you might see some profit taking at the end of the day. As it looks forward, we look at a 2-hour, see if that thing's able to curl up. It's not curling up yet, but the hourly looks like it might do that soon. So this will be very telling. If the hourly rejects here, I'd really pay attention to that. As far as it goes, though, if the 15-minute curls over, that can go negative. So I know I just went through a lot of time frames. So what I would say is this. 15-minute, really watch this, because if this thing starts to curl down at any time, you just want to see if that thing's actually going negative. That could mean this needs a stronger base before a better bounce, right? But it also could just curl right back up. So I'm going to be following the 15-minute to see it. I don't think NVIDIA is the most obvious thing, but when we're seeing signals like this from the SPY, we see the volatility kind of creeping up slowly. Not really the right chart, but the 30-minute on volatility trying to creep up right now. We see the dollar actually like trying to give some reversal signals, but not happening. It makes me really worried to the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, too, if the dollar dropping off is telling us like, hey, big money's investing, then that tells me that we could be going much higher while at an all-time high, aka this would be like a blow-off top of the blow-off top. And why do I say blow-off top of the blow-off top? Because you're already blowing off the top right here. I mean, this right here is the channel we were in. That's the top of the channel we were in. You see it match with the high. This is the top of the channel we were in. And what are we doing right now? Well, we're bursting out of that. So if we just said the dollar's coming down dramatically, aka the stock market's going to go much higher, then you're just going to, you're just going to see it scream higher. You're going to blow off top out of the blow off top. That's kind of scary. That means, like, what are they going to send us into hyperinflation or something because the rates are coming down? I don't know. Daily scale still turned up for the volatility, not able to break down fully. Qs, maybe read into this just a little bit here. The good part is volatility position is still up. So just managing it closely, but looking at the Qs, you see the same thing. 5-minute divergence kind of looks like it's basing out. So we got to see if that just bases out for a long time, right? I think you have an opportunity here where this looks like a little mini flag. So we could do and then we see that curl up randomly, right? We could see that curl up by end of day, and then we get some kind of triple divergence here, and then it's all done. But for now, I'd be looking into the end of the day. This is a rapid upward move, and you're going to see even maybe this right here as day traders, like getting out of their position right at the monthly expected move. So there's your resistance line. That was the target, which we kind of paid attention to. We were like, hey, this makes a lower high, and the SPY goes and makes a higher one and gives you that divergence. Everything's playing out. Now we just have to see if this 30-minute rotates down, and I think that's a good signal that we're finding some kind of top. I don't know if it'll be the top, but it could be a top for at least some kind of bigger 2-hour pullback, I think, based on this signal. It could be a daily pullback at this point. See how high up the daily is? We could get a daily pullback for a while here. I think if we get a daily pullback, that might mean to us the 50, I think, would be solid. The 50 catches up right as you get towards 543. I think that would be a solid little pullback, because that's all we seem to get. So I don't want to talk about huge pullbacks. If I was talking about huge pullbacks, where I really would want the stock market to get is go all the way down to here. This would be great. Retest the breakout area. Okay, now head higher. I think that would be great. But are we going to see that? We'll see. We haven't really been seeing big pullbacks, so. What are you guys up to? Can't stop winning today. Lucy offered up another 8%. Lucy, you got some splaining to do. Hey, nice. Congratulations, Gordon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hell yeah, let's go eat that stuff up. Take that profit. I can't fit all this profit in my mouth. God dang. My boy eating. All right, magical coin. Will the SPY see a rug pull at the end of the day? Heads for yes, tails for no. Ooh. Heads for yes. Uh-oh. The magical... Well, you got something wrong today, buddy. You got it wrong. You got JP Morgan wrong today. You're only at a 70% win rate now. It's fucked up. You better get this right. All right, cool. Well, yeah, sorry, I had to give George a little talking to. Wait, is that George? Who's on the quarter? I can't even tell. This thing's kind of... Everything's so moldy. Seems so flat now, our coins. Like, it seems like it's barely engraved in there. Put the coin in the corner. Yeah, we'll put him in timeout. You're going to go with the rest of the pennies, because that's what you are. "5 years, he will be floating X on the stock market and making billions more." I read about it with X, but it's something I have thought about the natural progression for most to do. To X, has anything been said publicly about it? Yes, he calls it XPay. Says that it's coming soon. Interesting. Yo, I had a period of time where I hated the shit out of Elon, though. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm not lying to you. I had a moment in time where I just did not like the guy because of, I thought he was pumping Dogecoin in order to pay for bills for Tesla with his China loans. So I think he was using Dogecoin to pump it to then send it lower just to make some money out of it to pay for some of his loans in China for Tesla. And I think it was pretty proven, but hey, you gotta like free speech. You know, you can dislike someone for some reason and like them for another, right? I still made money because he pumped Doge, though. That was when I took the Dogecoin play. It was right before he talked about it. I really messed up some good trades today. 0DTE or no? Because 0DTE, they can leak this and have it sit up there until like 30 minutes before close. And then right when your option becomes like expired or they expire out your option, whatever, they can rip that market down right after. So on Lulu, I mean, I can't really tell you what to do. I can tell you what the momentum looks like. The momentum to the downside looks like it has really died out. And if this daily bar can close above the 9-day moving average, that's that red line there, then you have a good shot to go test the 50. If you test the 50 and you can take that back, you have a good shot to go to the 200 up towards, at least right now, $400. If we look at this from a weekly scale, that could turn up the weekly and you could see that continue for weeks to come. So pretty much with this triple divergence, you actually could see Lulu go up for, you know, it'll be wavy on the daily, right? Nothing just goes straight up, but you could see that for, say, let's see, this took what, March 21 to June 6th. So that means you could see some positivity for 2 months, maybe 2 to 3 months. Yeah, I'm not a fan of 0DTE for this exact reason. You see one rigged move and then, you know, that kind of tells me, like, the reason I've done 0DTE before, I still do it on my fun account sometimes, guys, just to like throw some excitement in my day when things are dry or I'm not seeing a trade setup for the day. I'll just do something for fun. But one, I use a very, very small amount. And also, if it's 0DT, I know what I'm getting into. I'm pretty much gambling. Okay, 0DT, unless you've done it for a long time, they can rig the market in multiple ways. Like right now, we see a 5-minute divergence that shows us weakness in momentum, but the stock market then curls up one more time, right? It kind of just stalls out. Why do they stall it out? Well, they could stall it out all the way until they can expire your option for the day, and then the move happens and you're nice and pissed off. So 0DT, I do not enjoy very much. I mean, I enjoy it because I do it with my fun account, but I don't do it to make money, like real money in the stock market. I understand people want to do those things, and that's perfectly fine. But you have to manage your risk, okay? That's the overall thing. It's like if I said here, this drop, oh, that's a significant bar, let me short this thing for the day. It's going to go back down below that daily expected move. Okay, well then right here, right on this bar, actually I would say right on this bar, when you start to curl back above all the moving averages right here, I would be like, ooh, I'm a little worried. Right here, I would say I'm out, right? Right here, I would say, okay, that is curling up above on the RSI. I'm getting a strong bar above all of the moving averages on a 5-minute. This is for a day trader, would say on a 5-minute. And I would say, so since I have shorts at this level, this is really going to hurt me. We have a target above me. So We didn't have divergences. Now you could say, okay, now this might leak into next week. We'll see. But we still can turn up one more time, right? I already said, like, that's what I'm paying attention to right now. I'm paying attention to if this turns up, then I don't want to necessarily be throwing the house at short because the price action is going to go up. But if it creates a divergence, I can do another one. Quick scalps, yeah, Robert, you can do scalps and things. I did it with AMD like a month ago. We were someone else did it too. I don't know if it was Marina or something like that, because I said like, oh, I took a quick scalp on AMD to the upside and found a little 30% gain, and I just like took it for fun. I've never seen the industry. I don't know what that is. You're trying to use it to win a funded challenge? How long does the challenge go for? Most people that play in those challenges, they don't end up making like hundreds and hundreds of percent. So don't go for YOLO plays. Go for really surefire plays. Take profit earlier than most people will, and you'll probably end up winning it. Like a lot of people that do those 50K challenges or whatever challenges, a lot of the time they try to make big plays to make sure they win the challenge. And it's like, well, why don't you just like manage your risk and take money a little bit sooner, or take money at expected moves and things like that. But is it a 0 DTE challenge? Like, yeah, true. Okay, sounds good. You can email it to me. I'll take a look. That sounds fun. But as of right now, you have a great setup, I think, for that challenge to make a good play. Genuine about that. Because it looks like over the next, I would say, week, we might see like a week's worth of downward price action if this can just complete right here on the 30-minute. You might see a couple of days if the 2 hour is able to base out at some time. If the 2 hour can base out and turn back up in positive territory. But right here, you're seeing a signal that could turn us down for a few days just because of how the daily looks. It's way up there. And so if we're going to experience a daily pullback right now, would make some sense. 2 hour divergence, 30-minute divergence, 15-minute probably divergence right there, actually. And then you have 5-minute divergence all at the same time. Doesn't mean we can't keep curling up in the shorter time frames, seeing something crazier. It's like, multiple rolls of a roulette wheel. So you're going to see crazier stuff on a 5-minute. Started it this morning. I appreciate you respecting the stream, and I really appreciate that. I really do. I wish you luck in it, though. Like, maybe I should do a challenge one of these days. Challenge accepted. But for now, we got to pay attention to what's going on in front of us. So I'm guessing because the SPY's heading higher, GME did linger off for a second. Now it's trying to pop back up. So let's see. AMC dropping off a little bit as the SPY started to head higher. Let's see if that is going to hold some truth to it, if the SPY can reverse back down. Maybe it just goes for a brief tag again of the high. What are people doing? Ooh, getting baited into more calls, more calls, more calls. But it looks like the right move right now. Dollar's down. We're not seeing a big discrepancy. We're seeing a little uptick, and that's it. So I'm not necessarily seeing like huge reasons for the SPY to sell off, besides the fact that it has some bad signals that are forming, not necessarily done. You know what I mean? Not complete, not confirmed. God, I'm excited to go to the pool. I'm a pale dude right now. I'm so pale. I work too much. Need to get some sun. Let's go watch GME. Let's get a change of pace for a little bit. Let's really watch this thing. See if it's able to curl up on these. See if this 30-minute curls back down, actually, by the end of the day. That would be bad, right? You do not want this 30-minute to curl down by the end of the day. Because the daily's so close to crossing up. Let me go look at Twitter, too. See if anything interesting is over on Twitter. Tesla's trending. Why is Tesla trending? Not really seeing much, but Tesla is trending. Yeah, I think the media is being harsh on Tesla for the most part, so you can have a short seller problem there. I think that's coming to light maybe a little bit. Ooh, the Tesla semi-truck. That's kind of cool. Yo, I saw two Cybertrucks yesterday, like back to back. Like one was coming this way, one was going this way. They both were at a stoplight. And I was just like, no offense to Elon, I think they're ugly as fuck. I think they're kind of cool, but I'm like, I do not think they are pretty cars by any means. Okay, Nvidia's starting to see a little blip here. Where is it? Nvidia starting to see just a little blip here, nothing too much to worry about. Now, did GME probably complete a 15-minute signal? It did, so you need that 15-minute to curl back up. Keep reading over here. Okay, so it is saying AT&T announces massive data breach affecting over 100 million customers, virtually all of their customers, exposing their text messages, pictures they send to lovers, secrets they share in videos. Wow, that's really bad. That is really bad. So if you have AT&T, whoever hacked them has all your info pretty much, has your face too. What if it was our own government? Oh, no, they would never. They would never do that to get everyone's face and everyone's pictures and everyone's dirt. They would never do that, right, guys? Mara, yeah, Mara just going. Mara's up 10% almost. So this is something to pay attention to because we talked about Bitcoin seeing a pop and Bitcoin's popping, right? Curling up on the daily. So Bitcoin is curling up. That's telling you, hey, it's coiling up, maybe for a big move, some kind of move, maybe to go test that 50 at this point. Mara really confirming that as well with that 10% move up, saying, I want to cross up in positive territory here. So Bitcoin could be catching some bids here, man. And gold not really giving it up just yet. Overall, you would say gold, did it get a 30-minute pullback today? It is still pulling back, trying to go higher. So we'll have to pay attention to that. You do have a little divergence there, so you want to see if this 2-hour rotates down because you have divergence there as well on the RSI. Is DJT still the place to be? Well, let's find out. 2 hours still curled up. No sign of weakness in the 2 hour just yet. Daily scale looks like it's still turned up, so that's your first sign of some positivity to come. 30-minute. Looks like you're curling up, trying to curl back down. So you want to see, as you do take out these highs over here, these previous ones, now you're positive on this move. So this means we're way up here. So if we do experience a pullback, look for that to turn back up. But as of right now, you're not even overbought, like overextended really. You're up towards that area, but you're not yet. So you can still see strength. Daily momentum could just take over with that crossing up. I do not short anything that crosses up on its daily MACD. Even if it is in negative territory, I don't do it because that's saying a daily bounce can come, right? So that's what I'm paying attention to there. But a 30-minute pullback would make sense. That's why I really want GME to just turn up on this daily MACD, right? That's what I'm really wanting. Like, look how close it is. Like, if you were a man that said, hey, daily MACD causes big bounces, daily MACD crossed up here, 2 to 3 weeks later, we saw it rip. Daily MACD crossed up here in positive territory, we saw it rip the next day. So daily is just about to turn up right here. That's like, if I was a gambling man, But I already have my reasons to be in this trade. I'm very confident with the trade, so just holding my stock for GME and then playing some AMC options as well. Holding AMC a little bit too. I don't think DJT is bad by any means. I just think it's curling up on the daily, and daily momentum can roll up. But if it doesn't, you might see that 30-minute pullback and wait for that confirmation. All right, SPY. You're piling up in this area, so you're building liquidity on this 5-minute chart. You're getting the 5-minute to go down towards the center line. Do you make one upward move at the end of this week? Like really, really upward move again? Or do you make that upward move and then give it all away after 2:30? That's what I'm really wondering. I don't know if you can send a message in private on YouTube. I actually don't know. You can always email me at lucas.s.hanson, Hanson, @gmail.com. Probably turn that into a work email at this point. You are compiling up at the monthly expected move here. Very key to understand that. Apple piling up, Tesla piling up, Amazon piling up, Nvidia, ooh, a little less of a pile up there. AMD kind of piling up like it could make another one. And Meta still hasn't fully recovered. Microsoft trying to recover, but not doing the best. Google not doing the best. Netflix not doing the best. AMC trying to go up. GME trying to go up as well. So just kind of clicking through, but I think eventually we're going to see some wonky behavior. I really feel like this can't be a dud end of the day. Go back into a 5-minute and just chill. Ooh, not able to cross up. Oh, golly gee willikers. Tesla, that looks just flatter than can be. Isn't that weird? Tesla with a huge implied volatility and you see this flatness? That's weird. To me. Yeah, volatility not breaking down either. Sorry, I got dry stuff in my nose. We can just look at the US 100 and just see it sees the same signal as the market right now. You more so want to look at a 2-hour, see that thing's curling up, maybe for the lower high. So in comparison, it's like pretty much a similar level here. Ooh, that's not good, Mark. But if you want actual... So you're going to see a similar thing here where you're just seeing the bounce up. That could be the dead cat bounce. 5-minute divergence is there. Pretty much the similar thing as the Qs. $15-minute on the SPY crossing. Ooh, it's looking like it wants to, doesn't it? Yep, my nickname in high school was Mbop. When I used to dribble down the sideline, the cheerleaders used to go Mbop dip dop ba doo wop a dip a dip da. They actually one time they brought a speaker to the game and played the song the entire game on my side of the field, and it was so annoying. Oh, why does if AT&T got terrible news and didn't crater? Probably because institutions own it. Probably because retail doesn't own it as much as institutions. It's pretty much how the market works now. Pretty much if you see a stock that is really, really high, most institutionally owned stocks are going to be higher and the retail owned stocks will be lower. It's literally that rigged right now. That's why I'm like looking at stocks like Plug, and I'm like, I used to really research Plug. I liked Plug, and then it really faded all the way down, and then now we're seeing it rip up, and I go, okay, so does this have a short seller problem? Even the 5-minute, I just wanted to see if that would curl up. It hasn't yet, though. Aw, man. Now I'm only up $46. That's sad. But it's barely moved, so makes sense. GMC. GME on the way down. Yep. So you're noticing here, 30-minute, you just don't want that to really cross over. That's kind of a worrisome sign. Just watch for the next 30 minutes and we'll start to see some craziness probably. Most likely. I mean, it's still the dollar just telling you like, hey, it's fine. Like the dollar saying the buying is real. Dang it. Now I gotta listen to a different song or else that's gonna be stuck in my head all day. Choke, that's the first one that popped up. Exactly, no assumptions. Because look at that daily about to cross up. You don't want to mess with it. Just in case, you don't want to mess with it. Now, if they were going to have a time where they really need to fight it, it would be right then. Because that's daily momentum can take over, so they don't want that. But you would say, just in case, you know? Oh. You're looking at the NQ? So looking for that 30-minute to cross down, 5-minute, you got the divergences here too. You're just piling up, like you could make one more upward move. But you're coming up into 230, which is when things start to get a little hectic. S-Bucks has a double bottom. Woo! Oh my goodness. That is a double bottom. At least that's what the momentum is telling you. It's saying that's a double bottom. Yeah, it's like, what, halfway through July, there's usually some kind of downturn. But if you look at us right now, it's like seasonality for July is like, oh, upward move, little down, little up, then we go like this. Right now, we're like this. Like something like, like if you look at the seasonality charts, we're not following them exactly, but they do experience weakness halfway through July a lot of the time. Maybe we'll show seasonality in the video tomorrow. And cover that liquidity at 56K. Look at my eye. That's true, though. If you look at Bitcoin, it is flagging. And yeah, it's crossing up with the MACD, so I'm cautious with it. But if it's going to keep leading the market, then it would just be like, hey, a 2-hour flashes down and goes negative. Right now, positive, but that flashes down and goes negative. That'd be bad. That'd be bad. But right now you'd say it's positive, so until that curls down, I wouldn't be too worried. 4-hour crossing over is bad, but if that crosses up, could be a good thing. It's crossing up right now. I think it was 579. 579 was the key level for AMC. And this is the thing, you're right below it. It's actually very good that these things are consolidating right below an area. Boom, big move next week. But you'd wish this was happening on like a Tuesday, and then boom, you just see something crazy. GME is doing the same thing. That'd be great. We'll get new ranges next week, and then you'll have a new line to get above. Probably going to be up towards 28. Then I grew up, couldn't realize the world is a fucked up place uptight. But Mara, that's just a strong move, man. Uh-oh. 15-minute just crossed for the SPY. See if that can hold for 15 minutes. I'm still looking at a 5, thinking like, if this doesn't go negative, it's still pretty sideways. Walking on a bracer, and a runs back, I'm not your friend. Ooh. It's not a good look. That's all flagging for Netflix, flagging for Google, flagging for Microsoft. Meta already dropping back off. AMD seeing the bid up, but has a divergence. This is a great looking play, man. I'm just saying. AMD, my goodness, that looks kind of toppy. This is starting to absorb the last bar, so that's looking a little like a lower high. Apple looking like the 5-minute divergence is starting to play out. See if that 30-minute can cross, but that's not looking pretty either. Double top almost. Tesla kind of fizzling here. Very interesting to see there. Amazon flagging as well, so you have a lot of things. Opposite of a divine. Head bang, Mandalay, baby, double leg cane. That strange will get you better up in death's rain. Tesla's hard to say because it's in such a bullish like daily trend, but you're starting to give that up, and this could be some kind of higher low. So that's why I'm really looking at 30 minutes and just showing like how they're negative, and if they cross over, that's not good. You could probably look at 15-minute too. If that crosses down, drops below here, usually you'll test the low, make a new one. If that's gonna go up again, you're gonna see this hourly cross. So it's kind of like if you see the 15-minute turn down, not a good sign. You see the hourly turn up, good sign for positivity, but 15-minute rolling down would be like, be careful. Facts. Could. We just gotta wait for this last 40 minutes here. Make sure you like the channel, guys. Like the video all day. And thank Short Fridays. Because he made it a long Friday. A long stream on Friday for Short Fridays. I love my robe. Bruce put a hole in it. Like 2 days after I got it, Bruce played with me and ripped a hole in it. So glad I closed. Are you talking about your GME short? Bro, it just gives you some, no, like, you're probably like, damn it. But it's like, this is more the signal you would take, but you still have to be aware the weekend could be a big, like you're managing risk based on a daily chart, which is better than this 30-minute. Exactly, Marina. Yep. It looks like it could be a flag if it's not able to take that 200. I'd say even that 20 EMA back. Genuine about that. Chewy or GME? Thoughts on GME is if once this daily can curl up, we're going to see some good shit. That's what that means. But this is all the swing trade signals minus the MACD. That's the only one. So you could see something crazy on Monday just because you have two of the signals, not the lagging one. The lagging one, very important for the overall confirmation, but a lot of people will take the trade, and then if that confirms, they'll feel more confident. They'll manage the trade, right? And then as far as Chewy goes, this one's doing a similar thing. Closing above like 4 hour, it's doing a similar thing. Crossed up, positive territory, positive here. This is saying the next swing up is here. So you're seeing this as well over a weekend. When these big moments happen, they usually happen on a Monday or Tuesday. So like that's a signal to pay attention to. But you have to manage the trade because this is actively fought against. So I think we might be getting a fake pump soon where we see everything, all these things kind of rip. If it's really going to be the moment, we're just going to see it go insane. But I think you have a chance for GME to go to like $80 or something. If it's going to be a fake pump and then start to fade, I think GME to $80 maybe. And then AMC, I think maybe could get to something like $25 would make sense actually over time. Costs, yeah, very similar situation. Like if you just notice the chart here, very similar situation of this one actually seeing a pop. Now you're noticing it's trying to close again up in these areas, not crossing down. It's a good sign. Overall, you'd say 2-hour pullback is what you're experiencing. And now you're taking back all the moving averages. So once again, you're above the center line for the RSI. You're above all the moving averages, which is great for a 2-hour, but you just don't have that lagging indicator really giving you that for sure confirmation there. ACHR? Dang, we got some new ones coming in. Oh, I've looked at this one. This one here looks like 2-hour divergence. So do we have divergence on 30-minute? A little bit, but you notice this about this one, the 30-minute, you can see something crazy, see that 2-hour just lead to a downturn. But as the 30-minute is really high, you could just see that go sideways or even base out like this, come down a little bit, turn back up, and then you'll see more of a divergence like this that tells you more of the story. And it's trusting all the little things. So that's the best I would say for this. Right now, you have to talk bullish about it. It's a very bullish move. So 30-minute pullback looks likely. It's just if that starts to be more dramatic and the 2-hour needs to pull back, then you might see a 2-hour pullback to the center line, and that might go a little bit deeper. And then see if that's able to turn back up for a next positive move. But it's what it looks like to me. I feel more comfortable. Two-hour divergence, 30-minute divergence. No, my headphones did the thing where they just stopped playing the music. There we go. 450 call for next week for ACHR. Yeah, it just looks like to me, this guy, you know, it still can do something crazy. Let's look at a daily scale too, right? We got to look at daily. Daily scale is very, very positive. But you notice that's overbought. So most likely you will see a 30-minute pullback. Most likely. It doesn't mean it can't see more craziness. It's still positive in positive territory. You haven't even seen the pullback signal yet. So technically, with my strategy, if you think there's some bigger move, even bigger move, well then this here would tell you, hey, if this doesn't cross over, that can go. But if this, you know, it's starting to add up that the probabilities are, if this is going to behave normally, then you will see that flow down, some kind of sideways movement, some kind of downward move to then curl back up. Because I feel most at home when I'm... The short volume on this? No short volume as of right now, but big short volume spikes. You could see maybe naked shorting going on. Kind of like over here with GME. See how we see big rips? Now we're seeing it low. Usually it's during the big rips you actually see a big rip in this, but... Who I'd be if I was happy. All over the place since prior earnings. Let's look at this one too. Intel. 30-minute divergence for Intel here. Not a good look for Intel. You can start to curl over a 2-hour MACD. 2-hour looks like it might reject here, so watch out. Intel might be getting a 2-hour pullback. Doesn't mean it's over. It just means this might be a point for the future. Maybe this does this, does this, does this, does this. Boom, boom, boom. Doesn't mean it's dead, just means 2-hour pullback looks likely with that 30-minute divergence. Ooh, 24%, and that's just what we see. Upstart. Upstart looks like it's screaming higher. 30-minute. See, this is a squeeze. So this is how you see that something's squeezing when your momentum indicator is literally pointing down, and this is just going up. So it's not, it doesn't have any flow to it. There's no crossings up. It's just like this is pointing down and this is going up. So that is a sign of some kind of short squeeze on the 30-minute or something like that. You know, gamma squeeze, short squeeze. Now, what are you seeing on the 15? You see that flow. So this is showing you the weakness in the 15-minute. And so you want to pay attention because it can just keep going. There's no reason for it to have to stop. You just want to pay attention. If that 15-minute goes negative, then you know this most likely is going to subside. You could then see a 30-minute actual pullback to the center line. If not, even a 2-hour pullback to the center line, as that is very overbought. Yeah, go ahead. I think that's a great idea. It's a great idea for you know, Short Fridays actually puts out there. Why don't you use this weekend if there's something you feel like you don't have total grasp on, you need a little bit more, you just need to find those points where that momentum's dying out, just give yourself a refresher. I think that's perfectly fine. SMR is up 17%. Woo! And that didn't look good a few days ago, did it? But you managed the risk. Let's see on the 30-minute. Curled up right here, never said negativity again. Right? So this told you no reason for downside right on this bar. So if you were taking this play, because it looks right? That's divergence. But you notice it just turned right back around. So you got to manage that risk now popping up again. No real divergence is there. So we could be experiencing a pullback into another move higher, actually, according to this. Wanna be way too high into the mood. I don't wanna fall asleep yet. Oh, and Knox. A lot of 30-minute divergences here for maybe a 2-hour pullback. I'd say 2-hour pullback's coming, honestly. That's what, if this can cross down, it's more of a scenario where you see all the divergences on the RSI and that maybe needs to back off. Will it be very dramatic for a 2-hour pullback? Or will it just be a 30-minute rolling down, kind of come down, get a double top, and then that's how it more so falls down over time? That's more what I would lean towards. I really like clear reversal signals to say these type of things, but 2-hour mainly crosses down. That means you're in a 2-hour pullback. Where would that most likely be? Well, you want to see areas where you're really breaking out. This level looks pretty important, right? So right here, this level right here looks pretty important to me, down towards 850. 2-hour just goes like this, maybe even crosses that, and then turns up over time. Looking for that swing trade now, as you're above the 200 on the 2-hour. Let's look at the daily scale. Daily scale not really overbought yet, so you can just keep going. Riven, FGen, GATHX, Clove. Yeah, you got all the fun ones, huh? That's awesome. Most important thing, seeing if GME just curls up by the end of the day. We're officially at 2:30, by the way. So now we actually should watch the SPY. Right at 2:30 is what I'm paying attention to. Oh, look at that. Let's see. Now we're by the center line for the 5-minute. We could see, oh, look at that, right at 2:30. Right when they're like, all right, let's expire everyone's options and break it down. Set it 30 minutes ago. Now they're going to say, oh, it's breaking down. Everyone piles in. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, God, we called that one. Thank you, volatility play. Up 20%. Oh, my God. I'll take 25% up right now. 2:30. Told you. Turn around and fuck out all my brains. I ain't trying to find fade. Wow. That's a big move. Did it curl over a 30-minute? We gotta look. It's gonna take to Monday. You're awesome, Lou. Thank you. I mean, sometimes I get lucky with it, but it really looked like to me 2:30 was where they just let it expire. Now the 5 minutes by the center line, maybe they convince a bunch of people to take some puts or get people to get out of their calls, and then they can turn this thing back up. I'm still aware of that, but there you go. There you go. Good stuff. But we're not seeing the dollar like come up dramatically. So that's the only problem here. Volatility is scaling up. 30-minute crossed up for volatility. Chemical, it's chemical. I call it how I see it, and it looked like rigged move, expire the options at 2:30. That's what we said around 1:45. We said they expire the options at 2:30, then they send the market down. La 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 la. Now let's see if there's another 5-minute rigged move. There still could be more because that dollar's not going too much higher. This still could be another fake out. I know that's crazy, but it literally could just turn up. Church of the Q-Pipe Mayo. Alrighty then. Japanese mayonnaise. Nice. Yeah, I think it's fine. You just got to manage it. What really, did something really drop off? Okay, so we're breaking the trend here, confirming that. Look for little 30-minute rollovers. There it is, confirmation of AMD, 30-minute triple divergence. It's telling you, hey, this 2-hour does, not 3, this 2-hour does have the opportunity to pull back now. You have 2-hour divergence as well, so we could experience, it's a little less likely, but we still could experience a daily pullback for a lot of things. I only did the curb because you made me. Oh, you're looking for the 30-minute pullback here still. Now let's look daily scale. Daily momentum can still be taking over here, but it looks like it might need to digest at that 50. So you really want to be sure, just from a good trading perspective, you want to be sure that these little divergences here that you see on the RSI aren't going to pull you back. So it really looks like those want to pull you back, even with the time for a little bit. And then the better trade would be like, okay, that's another confirmed move higher. Seeing this go like that, pull right back up. You thought to take a dream for us or something. Uh-oh, waking up. Now they send it lower. Now send it higher. There's someone's catching up to you. You think. We still got to watch this. 5 minutes not negative, so sure, we had fun. We called the 2:30 something happening, probably with the options expiration deal. But now you got to see this 5 minute go negative. I had some help. We're not seeing the dollar go higher yet. Bottle off the shelf. Get deeper every weekend. Hell yeah, Luke Cassidy. The Lukes are doing good out there. We like to see it. I hope everyone's doing good out there, but Luke's using that annual expected move for some support. Ooh, look at that support at the annual expected move. Great stuff. 5 minute divergence at the lows. I had some help. NVIDIA really not liking this. Confirming, 15-minute confirming down. Now we'll see if we create a higher low, a divergence, I don't know, something like that. VIX is ticking up. It crossed up on the 30-minute. So I was right on my volatility play for now. Now up 12%, I believe. Yeah, 12%. We still need to confirm stuff, guys. There can still be other rigged moves by the end of the day. But for now, looks like we were kind of right on this thing. Fridays are fun days. Look at us. Look at us. Say thank you to Short Fridays. Because if Short Fridays didn't donate $100, I might not be here right now. So say thank you. And that's the sound I like. Aw, why is my option not valued more? This is coming down. Whoa, 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 whoa. My option just went up by like, my option just went up another like 12%. So I'm up like 30% now. You could say that. So a lot of my belief is above 16 is more that line. So really what people would say is this is like the fear is sucked out of the market, so reactions of volatility come from here, but this little zone down here is usually like bullish. You see squeezes when you break back down below, which is what we experienced, and we notified you about a squeeze back in this area. We notified you about this probably being another upward move right here because we weren't seeing it close above the 200 when the stock market was breaking down. This wasn't closing above the 200, it was making a lower high. So as of right now, though, 20 is where you start to see extreme volatility. So like big swings. So that's what we experience in a bear market. The dollar is not saying this is going to be a huge thing, which is interesting. What about gold? Are people flying to gold? No. TLT? Are people flying to TLT? Maybe. Ah, damn it, that crossed up. Now I'm supposed to invest. I'm supposed to invest here. Are the yields gonna tank over the weekend? All right, it's my trigger. I might do a lesser amount. Usually I was gonna do 15. I don't know if I trust that. Let me look at the 2 hour. It dips down, I could scale in again. I'll do 15K. All right, little investment there. I'm seeing this crossing up of the daily here, and we have the RSI, so pretty much a swing trade. So yeah, it's a little cooked on the 2 hour, but I'm going to take the chance with it because if it does pull back on the 2 hour, I'll just scale into more money. So 15K investment here. You guys know the level where I originally invest down here, sold in these type of areas, and then now I saw it build up. Okay, now I'm going to see if this thing can fully reverse back around. So I was waiting for the daily to curl up after this to make sure this wasn't going to break down. I just said, okay, see if that thing curls back up. Curled up, so I'm going to do it. My stomach does not feel like doing it. My stomach does not feel like doing it, but according to my strategy with this investment in TLT, that is where I'm supposed to take my investment, as the monthly has already turned up. Because I had a perfect buy. This trade overall for the year has made me money, and now I'm looking for that next up. The monthly above the 9, daily curling up, positive move could be happening here, so Malibu. Exactly, yeah, we're getting that retest, another retest, and then we head to the upside, so taking it. That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for a solid confirmation. I could have got in here, but I was just like, all right, I could have got in here above the 20 and the 9, right? But I wanted to wait for the full confirmation. So there you go. Looks like yields might be coming down. If that proves anything, we'll see. Wanna call, but I'm strong enough. SPY now down a little bit here. Uh-oh, that's not good. am I talking to? Oh man, how'd my option get worth less? There you go. Meow. Man, it's nice when you say like, yeah, this really looks like they're going to expire the options and then send the market lower, and then they expire the options and the market goes lower. Oh, it's nice. And you even say like 30 minutes before close. That's nice. It's nice. Because like a lot of the time when I'm reading into this stuff, I don't know if I'm like going to be right about something when I talk about like stuff like that until it actually happens. And then you're like, oh yeah, I was right. Now, the only problem here is the dollar not scaling up by any means. You do have 30-minute divergence, but it's like, I don't pay attention to 30 minutes too much on the dollar. 2-hour curl-ups are more important, in my opinion. Hey, that's the road I'm on, Luke. I think me and you chatted once. We were like, we're kind of on the same mindset of like, hey, I know I'm good at it, but if I can manage my risk better and just invest and enjoy life a little more, not pay attention to, 15-minute charts all day, that seems like a better life. I don't want to sit in my computer my whole life. I want to travel with the kids and stuff. We'll see if the world's in a place where you can travel, but yeah, I want to get to the point, and options is making me do that the slow way, but still just a little bit quicker with that leverage. So pretty cool. Wow. Almost like we called this in last night's YouTube video. Isn't that crazy? Oh God, why is Yellow by Coldplay playing? Listen to that. Jeez, guys, that's a bad move. What is that? Sick. Tesla holding strong. The void to rage against my sense, and I'm not okay. Ooh, Nvidia giving it up too. AMD, great signal, man. This is, just a great signal. Oh, will you drown me out? Ooh, that's not good. GME at the end of the day here, crossing that down. That's, damn it, that is unlucky, huh? Marina, very true. If he didn't donate that money, it really put me over the edge. I was thinking about it anyway, but then I was like, well, I'm thinking about it for 5 minutes. He donates again. I'm like, all right, fine. I'm like, all right, fine. So thank you. I hope it was very helpful for you today, Short Fridays. Really do. Okay, good. This is what you need. You need this to just burst. Dead serious. You need this to go like up above the 9. At least that. Even if it doesn't curl back up the MACD, at least go above the 9 by the end of the day. And I'd be pretty convinced something crazy is happening on Monday. Made 200 off the AMD short. I'm off. Take care. Enjoy your weekend. Dirty Gerd, congratulations. Well done. Great stream, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone, clap hands. Literally clap your hands. You're sitting there, you're clicking your mouse. Clap your damn hands. Congratulate your wins. Take a moment. Take it in. We had some good wins out there. Let's celebrate them. And if we have some losses, that's okay. We can learn from them, right? We can learn from them. Let's celebrate a little bit while we can, right? Not every day is going to be a win. We know it's a constant battle, but we got to celebrate when you do win. It'll make your brain excited to get the next one. All right, we're starting to get some support. Where? Daily expected move. Interesting. All right, let's see that 5-minute. Curl down into negative territory. We'll see what happens from here on out, but very, very good. Both. They're all in bed together. Is there a concerted effort for these big money groups to talk together to liquidate retail traders out of their positions? Yes, it goes all the way into politics. So you'd say there are corporations that then pay for politicians, then the politicians pay the SEC, then the SEC is in bed with the hedge funds because literally, I believe the chair of the SEC is part of a hedge fund. Like he's on a board or something like that. So hedge funds then have to create profit for the very powerful people in our society. Therefore, they take it from the little guy who's not going to ask questions ever and be a good little boy until enough little guys get together and start to get smarter and put pieces together and realize, oh, they need our money. The little guy has the power. So weirdly enough, the little guy is the only solution to the problem. Now, algorithms themselves are just triggers. It's the people kind of messing with the price of the stock that controls the algorithm, right? That's why you're seeing a lot of these AMC and GME trades get sent to dark pools. It's because if they wouldn't send them to dark pools, it would trigger the algorithm and you'd probably go into a gamma squeeze. So that's why you're seeing, you might see posts all over Twitter saying 90% of the trades from today were in dark pools as AMC still goes up. That is because if it goes up too fast, the algorithm can start to, say, liquidate short positions. We could get margin calls and you could see the stock go up sporadically with some kind of gamma squeeze that then if it leads to short sellers getting out of their positions, then it would lead into a short squeeze. So you're looking for a gamma squeeze into a short squeeze. If they keep sending them to dark pools, the problem just gets bigger and bigger and bigger as they apply more short pressure. Battle with depression, the petition still remains. Is this post-traumatic stress or my suppressive rage? I'm going to listen to the GME song. There's a GME song. There it is. NVIDIA now pretty much giving you a sell signal on the 30-minute. Giving you the swing trade sell signal. 30-minute, you see this, but since you're right next to negative territory, you can read into what are you doing? Closing below these moving averages. So if you're closing below the 9, the likelihood of crossing like this, pretty high. And now we can see if we make a divergence or if we're going to see something crazy. Right now, the SPY telling you might be seeing something crazy. That's What show is it? The Industry. Oh, The Industry. That's right. I need to write that down because we need a new show. Tell me, think about it. Well, I did. Young bankers and traders make their way in the financial markets. Oh, I'm interested. My wife's going to be like, no, we're not watching that. Apple, great signal up at the week. Literally the weekly expected move. You want to know where Apple touched? Why you should join the Patreon? I'm dead serious, by the way. Like I say this every week and then people don't pay attention. You want to know where that weekly expected move was? Look where we went to. That's where the weekly expected move was. It was perfect. Tesla's starting to drop off too. Delay. It's a bit something. Scary, isn't it? Ooh, it's kind of getting this wick here. Is the dollar scaling up? It's not scaling up. So that's interesting. So just be cautious because this is dramatic. But that can continue. Yeah, 252 for Tesla, pretty much. 251. Well, that's where managing the risk is a good thing and making sure to get into those positions. Like, it's pretty much like, hey, what are you seeing now? Well, you're seeing it give one signal, one reason, crosses over two reasons, breaking below these moving averages, 3, divergence, 4, triple divergence in overbought territory. You pretty much have your 5 reasons here. What else do you have? Well, you have a 2-hour that's giving divergence and that's confirming as well. So if you're worried about this, just know the 2-hour is with you for a 2-hour pullback. It's not just the 30-minute at this point. And if that 2-hour rolls over the daily, you might be in store for a daily pullback. So It's saying this could extend for some time. It still could take like a month to fully play out, but got about 9 minutes left. Oh, GME. Get rid of that signal, GME. Do it. Notice the whole market is, like, the SPY's collapsing. What's GME doing? When are you doing the swing trade course? I'm going to try to finish that because my friend got back from Japan, so we wanted to spend time with her. So I haven't really started, but I'm going to start Saturday morning after I make your guys' update video for the weekend. And then I'm going to work on it then. I'm going to work on it Sunday morning. And by the video for the weekly ranges and the Sunday night YouTube video, I should have it live. Yeah, swing trading course. It's going to be cheap. It's going to be great. Swing trading is one of the best beginner-friendly. I mean, my course in general right now is good for beginners, but I could see how, you know, people need the entries. They need to know how swing trading works. It's going to be a brief one because swing trading is pretty simple, but we're going to add investing in that one too because that's more what swing trading is. More so, and when you invest, it's more swing trading. Are they selling off? Is it starting? Well, you could say this is the beginning of at least some kind of bigger 2-hour pullback, right? 2-hour pulls back to the center line. That's all I would read into as of right now. But if you see that start to get dramatic by Monday and you're getting a daily pullback, then we could be getting a daily pullback. And that daily pullback can lead you to the 20. We can pull back all the way down to the 50. I think we're going to end up right in this area. 542 before we're able to base out. But in order to base out, what do we need to see? Most likely a 2-hour divergence. So this could take some time. Look for divergences down there. But for now, you got great reversal signals. My volatility play looking pretty juicy. We'll see. Seems to be starting as of now, because you do have the recipe for disaster when it comes to AMC and GME. GME just barely not crossing on a daily. You have the SPY at higher levels giving you the divergence up here that we talked about. And then you have the Qs making the lower high. So this is a recipe for disaster, right? So it's a recipe for bad things. So GME, you still kind of want it on the 30 minutes to kind of get rid of this red blip. But by this, you just look at the daily and be like, look at that thing. So it's all adding up to GME and AMC, or at least GME at this point. AMC's already turned up, but GME and AMC might be hinting that some kind of run is coming on Monday. I am a dog. Woof woof, and welcome. Well, and you got to think, I believe GME and AMC are in IWM. So IWM curling up, daily scale right there, swing trade, sets to the upside. Now starting to wick out a little. And I found you. I found me. It's nice when you call out the most likely scenario in your YouTube video and then it happens. Like almost exactly how you say it. That's awesome. I love it. It just gets you excited. It's like, wow. Like, this is cool. That's it. It's like, this is cool. And I just hope it's helpful. That's it. Now we got to see if there's rigged moves, right? So 5 minutes, if those start to rotate back up, might be seeing some. It might be in dark pools. I found me. Still could get that 30-minute pullback, but daily scale, it's your first bounce, so your first real blip here, so take back that 200 next week. Pretty dope. Let's watch GME for the end of the day, because we already know SPY's breaking down a little bit. Let's watch GME. Let's see. This would be huge. 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes pretty much. Oh, a lot of volume in that bar. Please cheer up and ask for Luke. We can maybe do it every Friday. We'll see. I still haven't added the support the channel like subscription thing. We could do that for the full live stream on Fridays or something. Just something that gets you guys like entertained for the full day, get some good info for the full day, and helps me pay for my time. But because I am putting some stuff on the back burner to be here all day, I didn't really plan for it. But that's okay. We're going into the weekend. I can just work a little bit over the weekend. 1.8, good. And you just have to get to 3. Good. Just don't get too excited, right? Look for the great setup. I don't know how much time that the thing has in order for you to make it, but are you not entertained? You got to be entertained today. We literally called the 2:30 thing to a T. Tell me that just ain't been nothing. Maybe next time, if GME pops off, I'll put on a Beat Saber and just like do some beat saving. My SMA's on the 20. So I have EMAs, or I'm sorry, my SMA's on the 9, the 50, and the 200. My EMA is the 20. So 9, 50, 200, and the 20 is my EMA. Never frequency premonitions of people who never listen, creating all the division. Now how can you live with yourself? Come on, GME. Just one blip. Just blip up at the end of the day. Someone buy like 100K shares at the end of the day, and then we'll see that blip up. Dude, I was looking into Gladiator 2, actually. I was gonna watch the trailer, and then I got busy, but I saw that a couple days ago. One minute. Don't know the devil that you don't know me. That's already curled up. I am the one, Alpha Omega. I don't think they want you to close above 26. It looks like it's trying to stall every 26. You got 50 seconds. 50 seconds. Do it. Just someone buy 100K worth, like, or 100K shares right now. Come on, it's only $3 million. Or 2.6 mil. I'm watching this for 25 seconds, then I'm going over to Bitcoin. Ten, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh! Oh, it tried. It tried at the end. It tried. Oh, it was so close. Did you see that blip up? God dang, how much volume was in that at the end? Oh my god, like 80K or like 50K volume came in at the end there. All right, let's see. Oh! Oh, it's so close. This is great though, guys. Like if you just look at this on the daily scale, this is great. You have I mean, as far as this goes, high, pulls back, and then you go to a new high, and you create the new low. Like, I like it. I like it. Lucas caused that closing action, I know. I just said, I was like, if it wants to do something, like if it wants to cross up that MACD, it needs to go positive right there. I manifested it. Yo, yeah. Let's go look at Bitcoin. Ooh. At 4 hour, might reject. We'll see. It's up. $45 more profit to win the challenge. Congratulations. That's very, very good. Pretty dope, though. Daily still crossed up. Oh, daily not crossed up anymore. So now you don't have that signal. That's why you got to wait the day, because right now the 4 hour is crossed down. So the most likely thing for the 4 hour is to head lower. But you want to see if that crosses up or continues down. One trade only. Thanks to you, brother. Hey, I appreciate that, Hustler Maniac. Thank you, thank you. All right, guys. Well, today, that's where we're heading off. Great long stream today. It was a lot of fun. We got to look at a lot of stocks. We got to catch a rigged move right at 2:30, just like we were talking about. We talked about the SPY and the Qs in our video last night. We said, hey, this is the most likely scenario here, where the SPY goes to a higher level, creates some kind of divergence, and the Qs can't catch up right in this area, and the Qs can't catch up, and they're going to have it right in this area. So it all worked out how we planned. Now, the only thing here is we have not fully crossed down. You are closing below the moving averages. Something crazy could happen over the weekend, but the SPY and the Qs both not fully crossing down on the 30 minutes. So let's pay attention to that. We still need a little bit more confirmation, but this was a great area for that 5 minute to show us some weakness, and that's where we take the volatility play. Volatility itself scaled up, turning back down, so we still have to pay attention to this. But as far as it goes, recipe for disaster. SPY giving some topping signals, Qs giving a lower high signal, another topping signal, by the way. And on the other side of that spectrum, we have the GME GameStop about to cross up into positive territory. So I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say it. GameStop could see some crazy things come Monday. All right? GameStop could see some crazy things. AMC already crossed up, never crossed back down. It's just staying above all these moving averages. That's fantastic. We'll have these new levels for you on Sunday. Other than that, guys, pay attention out there, manage your risk, have a great weekend, and thank you guys so much for joining today's stream for the full day. Whether you're here for 5 minutes, whether you're here all day, I appreciate whatever time you were willing to spend with me today. And big thank you, big shout out to Short Fridays for the donations to say, hey, I want you to stream. That's fantastic. I got to go get some other work done now and then go to the pool. So I will talk to you guys later. I'll be putting out a YouTube video tomorrow, and I'll be working on that swing trading course. So look out, because we're going to have a sale on it first. And you guys know that might only be $50, okay? So thank you guys for joining. I wish you nothing but love and kindness for the rest of your weekend. If you dedicate yourself to learning, if you want to learn this stuff, links down in the description for the current course. We're working on the other one later, so have fun. Peace. Get on out of your feet, all eyes on me. Get on out of your seat, all eyes on me, all eyes on me. It's off. Bye, guys. Have a great day. Have a great weekend. Peace out.